Hello everyone, good to have you here. We're going to play a little bit of Magic today. And first, I'm going to play something that I rarely do actually, and that's going to be a bit of Historic Brawl. And yesterday I've been beaten by someone who played two cards. And those two cards were very funny cards, quite recently printed. And wow, that's very struggling. One of them is Tamashi Reality Architect, which is an excellent card, and it can do a lot of funky shenanigans. It can get back some good artifacts and enchantments for us. The other interesting card is Slogurk, which is good with lands going to our graveyard. And it gets +1/+1 counters whenever a land goes to the graveyard from anywhere. So we can mill lands, and we can discard lands, we can sacrifice lands, and in any of these cases, Slogurk is going to get a couple of counters. Now, we don't have a whole lot of enchantments, and we don't have a crazy number of artifacts. The deck isn't so fine-tuned. I'm just going to play it a bit for fun. It has Zakama in there, it has Iluna in there, so some funky, jokey, feel-good cards that are not and will never be competitive. So I'll never get the chance to play them properly. Probably even if you play them in unranked historic, these cards are just so far below the power level that even against jank decks, it's going to be very hard to play them out. But in this deck, we have a slim chance that we can do something with them. Now, I don't necessarily want to keep this hand. I would like some ramp and some ways of getting. Maybe this is okay. We can cast an Once Upon a Time, look for a land, and so we have green-white mana. Red would be nice, but blue would be nice too. But maybe here we are just gonna go with blue is just more important for us in general. But let's just go with red nevertheless. Play it out. Maybe I should have gone Overgrown Farm and Field of Ruin, but never mind. I'm not gonna go for very, very efficient and smart plays here. Brawl for me is really just about janking around, so small inefficiencies and punts are okay. I don't get upset about it. Of course, opponent is on Eshika, and depending on their build, this might be something very efficient. So we will want to play our farmland and say go. And I'm not sure yet really what we want to do here at this point. Oh, my opponent is going to duress me, and the only thing they can take is the Explore, which is a little bit sad. I should have played things more effectively. It's also a little bit disheartening that they're playing Signet, Duress, and they're going to curve into Ashika so quickly. This might not be a good game, I'm afraid. This might be a... Yeah, it might just not be an interesting game. I want to see how many basics my opponent runs. Of course, in Brawl, it's easy to run a good number of basics, but we're going to go get an island just to make sure that we have all our colors. And let's see what our opponent can get. If our opponent can't get any basics, I'm sure they can though, right? I mean, they cannot play simply one basic. That would be ridiculous. No, okay, they managed to find a basic. But they don't have a red mana at the moment, which is a good sign. Maybe they don't have red. basics. That's not impossible. They do seem to have a good number of snowlands, which is also fairly scary. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So they have 2 more mana. They can do something fun with that. Humiliate. Oh, another discard spell. That is really rather annoying, right? You don't want to play Brawl and get discarded. Yeah, discard and counter spells seem very weird to me whenever I play these kind of. I'm not saying these are casual formats, but they're sort of. And my impression is always they should be sort of fun formats, but really the way sometimes they're being played, they're not really fun. People take it way too seriously. Oh well, whatever. Uh huh. Well, yeah, this is tricky. Um, we're gonna play the Omnath and then just, hope that if we get a land, so next turn we could get some life of it, cast a decent sized crisis. Yeah, that's okay, that's not too bad. Um, They managed to get a Dream Troller. Wow, 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 nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that means we might have lost the game already. Not sure though. But yeah, I definitely did not expect to play against a really fine-tuned deck and an opponent who sits on their choices for a long time. This is not ranked, so it doesn't matter too much. It doesn't matter too much actually what you play. You don't have to win necessarily, and you don't have to play very fine-tuned or synergistic decks. It's really just doesn't make much of a difference. We're just gonna draw a couple of lands and keep playing easy. Oh, somehow I forget. I remember. I thought it's XX. If our opponent is going to counter us, I think I'll just concede. I made so many punts in this one, and anyway, I don't want to play against the Prismatic Bridge. I feel that that card is just not fun to play against. In general, I don't like to play against 5 color decks in Brawl. They just feel to me like they're an excuse to play all the strongest cards in one deck. Um, and then what's the point, right? Like, really? Yeah. One of the reasons why I like Brawl is because it's easier to get away with playing fun decks. Arena, the bad things about Arena is that there's really no queue for simply casual play because the non-ranked queue, in my experience, is usually full of people who are fine-tuning their decks for the ranked queue. Like someone who hasn't played much with a certain deck and they feel that they should put in some practice, that person is gonna play a couple of games in the unranked queue, and that seems to me to be the majority of people. Um, which is pretty tough and rough, and makes it very hard to play. Wow, we do seem to be running into all the tough decks. Two into another. So I would want to have this. Maybe these two can come later, right? We're not yet. We're not yet playing them. That's for sure. At this point, I might just go with the Castle of Antras, and then with the forest and the crag. Yep, that's probably the plan. Um, sure. But if my opponent starts going with this strongly this turn, then we're gonna just fall so far behind on cards. Yeah, this isn't gonna work out either because I don't really play removal in this deck. It's really just here to play an easy game. So if you get a Golos, I think I'll just concede again. Sadly, I would be really happy to play. So I think the good thing would be to have 3 queues, right? You have a ranked queue, you have sort of a testing queue where people can maybe even for free play a few rounds with decks that are top of the meta, even if they don't have the cards for it. And of course, they can change cards in the decks, but like you can use a Phoenix deck to test in the test queue for Historic, and you get to use your Phoenix deck, say, 3 times a day. You can change cards in it to cards that you actually own. So this way, if you are like, okay, I want to build this deck, I want to try it out first, and for that purpose, I want to see how it actually works, what it actually does, and so on and so on. That would, I think, be a pretty cool way to do it, to allow people to test out decks in a bit more depth, and then they could just, we meet another Cities player, right? Well, this is gonna be very annoying and sad, but not much I can do about it, it seems. Not much I can do about it here. I mean, I can ramp up to 5. Yeah. Nah, I'm good, right? I think I'm just good here at the moment. Yep. So yeah, if there would be a testing queue, that would really help a lot. And then there could be sort of a fun queue, which is just for really just for trying out all kinds of cute jank. Well, anyway, let's. I think I'm just gonna go with this and try and see what my opponent has. I'm sure they can. They have a bunch of. Well, they're green-white, so they must have a bunch of basics, right? Yeah. But that's okay. We can go with Oracle, and then we can replay the Ghost Quarter. What do they have? They have some kind of instant spell, which is cheeky. The good thing is Ghost Quarter can destroy basics as well, so we can keep targeting our opponent's lands. And I mean, it's not going to do a whole lot because each land taps for any kind of mana with the Dryad. So it doesn't do too much in that sense. But, I don't know how many basic lands they have, maybe 10, 12. Smothering Ties. Huh. Cheeky. But we're not going to really play for that, are we? Nah, just resolve, decline, sure. And we can play a Plains and bring Omnath. And next turn it's Azusa. Azusa would be awesome because with Azusa we could 4 times do the. Yeah, Azusa is perfectly fine for me. Whale of Summer. That's okay. So we have Hexproof from blue and black, but that's quite irrelevant, I guess. Let's just try and keep them off white. I don't know how much white mana they have. They seem to be pretty balanced. Maybe more green? Who knows, right? Yeah, Likeness of the Seeker can go in actually. If they kill it, I kill Thithis. They don't kill it, of course not. I think my opponent is going to wipe my board, and they have such a big card advantage that they're going to be fine. If they just slowly build and they want to durdle and draw a lot of cards, I'm going to be okay because I might be able to take out enough lands eventually. Not sure. But it really depends on how many basics they have. I'm gonna have to cast Azusa and that's cute. I'm gonna have to cast Azusa. Oh, that's cute. That would be fun. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So maybe I'm gonna start with Azusa, right? And we can play Into the North. Get is there any color I don't have? Not really, but maybe this is okay. Get 4 life. We get a bunch of mana. We can cast Tamio. We can destroy the temple. And then we can we can destroy. What is more important for my opponent? What? And white has more removal. That's why I'm a little bit more like, maybe white is more annoying. They are gonna have a lot of treasures, so it doesn't matter that much, of course. But, you know. They have to run out of basics at some point. Maybe it's this point. I don't know. It is. I think they just get fed up. I think they might have just gotten fed up. Okay. Well, yeah. So that's sort of what the deck is trying to do. There isn't a whole lot of effective land destruction. There are a couple of red spells I could be playing. But I wasn't that excited about them. They're very, very slow, even slower and clunkier than doing it this way. And there's even less benefit, it seems. So, yeah. Wow. I didn't think a 2-color opponent would give up in this situation. But it's sort of understandable, though, right? Like, it's just not a whole lot of fun. Yeah, well. Oh, slow. It's tough to find someone. Find someone. Yeah, you see, I played against 2 Sithis players and 1 Ashika player, and now we can't find anyone else. Wow. Yeah, this is extremely slow. But with Brainstorm, we can actually look for a land, put these back, and then we can get to Beanstalk Giant. Wow, Brainstorm is just busted, right? Yep. So we want to get 2 lands, right? Yep, these 2 can go back, and Cape Shift can stay there. Next turn we can cast the Fjord, then a Forest, then the Giant. And we're gonna be okay. Oh, another Ashika, or maybe the same Ashika player. Might be that we are the only ones in the queue. Sad. I hope they don't play counter spells. Please don't play counter spells. It would be so rude. So rude and unnecessary. We already have double green, so but we also have double. We don't have white actually. Right, white is good to have as well. And then play lands from your graveyard. That's good, but still okay. We're gonna definitely play the Reef and then try to go into Omnath. And once we have Omnath, we can scape shift for value. And once we have scape shifted, it makes sense to get the Green Warden. And one of the cards we can scape shift in is Ghost Quarter. That's the idea, sir. And it would be more efficient to play Omnath, but and it's gonna be a greedy one. Greedy guy. What's that? Yeah, it's just I think this was a small bug we just witnessed. We didn't actually have an option to click OK. I did that absolutely unnecessarily, right? I could have played that with the untap without paying 2, and then Temple Garden could have come in from the Explore. Again, Prismatic Bridge. I think I'm just gonna get rid of the bridge actually. I just really don't like that card. Somehow I'm so angry at it, and I feel that it's like a really unfair thing. So I'll have to get rid of that. Sorry, opponent, but no, I'm just not interested in playing against your Prismatic Bridge. Nah. I know it's gonna come back in 2 turns again, but yeah. Maybe I can at least do the Omnath scape shift cycle. And that's fun, right? That's just good fun. Yeah, it would be pretty good fun. Oh, they're returning. That's actually not bad for me if they're returning things to my hand. Ooh, Scape Shift Excavator looks very good too. So, do we want Omnath or do we want Risen Reef? Do we want Oracle? Deluge, maybe? Deluge could be good as well. Yeah, Deluge could do some work. I think the opponent is just gonna recast their bridge. For us a land is very good, yes, land please. Land and then maybe Scape Shift and Excavator and kill off some of their lands. Might be fun, yeah, why not? Ooh, that would be nice because they're still on 6 mana this way. Uh-huh. And that's interesting. That's interesting for me. So Omnath can take out Tef. Ooh, I like where I like where this is going. So we're gonna play first the Excavator and play the Scape Shift. And I think I'm gonna just maybe not the Giant, but the 6 other lands can go. So we definitely need double green, blue, red, and white. Double green, blue, red, and white. We're gonna get the Triumph. We're gonna get. What are we gonna get? We're gonna get the Triumph. We're gonna get Ghost Quarter. We're gonna get the other Triumph. We're gonna get maybe Temple. And and maybe get Layer of the Hydra. Layer of the Hydra is neat. We could also just get Blossoming Sands and Breeding Pool. Yeah, that's pretty good. We get a bunch of triggers, so that's pretty neat as well. And maybe not this. And then we have 4 mana, so we can still Oracle. We can play from the top of our library. Okay, we're not doing too badly. Sadly, the bridge is gonna come down because I forgot that the Ghost Quarter is gonna come in tapped. But that should still be okay. Unless my opponent... Even if my opponent wipes the board here rather than bridges, we can bring the Green Warden and start destroying their... I think that was a wise choice. I think that was a wise choice from my opponent. Yeah, the bridge is back, sadly. It would be really nice to look for something that can get rid of the bridge, though. Yeah. I mean, if we start... So let's bring... Ah, no, not... Shit. I messed up royally. Here. Why did I do that? Dear God. Dear God, why did I do that? Yeah, well, what a silly blunder. One absolutely silly moronic blunder this was, my friends. Wow. You see, you should never let auto tapper resolve anything. Never. Anything. It's always a horrible choice that it offers. Obviously, it's understandable that it wants to use the colorless mana, but it's not understandable that it assumes that the ability... I mean, that land is not just, it's not like a forest, that it doesn't have any other ability. It's land with a very, very valuable and important ability. Ah, gosh. Oh, well, whatever. So, before... I think they're just going to kill the Oracle or the Excavator. That's the sad thing here. Draw 2 cards, really? Okay, I don't mind that. Sure. Rather than bringing back the Fairy, you could have bounced something and drawn a card. Alright, not my choices. So this time, we're gonna bring in Omnath. Oh, my opponent is fed up with that. Really? Okay. Oh. They couldn't keep up despite the prismatic bridge. I'm really surprised about that. Maybe I'm unfair when I'm complaining here. It looks pretty good. When I managed to get the Ghost Quarter and one of the creatures that allows, one of the things that allows me to cast it from the graveyard, I mean, that's just pretty good. Yeah. So, it's a good thing. Right. After this, I might want to play a little bit of ranked. Yesterday I was playing around with a Jund deck, and This is a cool hand. It's a bit different from what I had before, but I don't mind going with Stowaway and Kavu, and we'll see where that takes us. This is not a rampy hand. This is more like okay, sneakily maybe we can get in for a few damages, and I think we're gonna start with Stowaway. Kavu seems to be more fragile here. We don't have the Triumphs. We don't have too many lands with land types. We're just gonna. That's good. So our opponent is on. Right. Opponent is on Counterspell Tribal. Nothing we play is going to resolve. That's their idea of a fun game with against someone. Yeah, of course. You may cast. They didn't. What? They don't want to play against this? They don't want to play against Omnath. Well, yeah, Omnath is pretty OP. Maybe I should change. I don't know. I mean, the reason why I picked Omnath is just to be able to pitch cards. Like, I wanted to use these colors because they're nice for landfall and graveyard decks. But yeah, I understand that people don't like it because in Brawl, most strategies revolve around turn 2, 3. You probably want to ramp or pseudo ramp with mana rocks. So if you're just playing an Omnath, Omnath so naturally synergizes with ramping and playing lands that yeah, it can lead to how to say. It's true that building in a way that benefits Omnath is not a real cost. So maybe I should change that. And actually, we could skip white probably, because white is only. I really just wanted to try Tanashi, the new legendary creature from Kamigawa, who can bounce land back to our hand and then get an enchantment or an artifact back from our graveyard. But admittedly, the activation of his or her Tanashi's ability costs white mana, and so it felt safe to go for white. But maybe it would also be safe to go black rather than white. Now this looks like a fun hand. Yeah, I don't mind keeping something like this because we can discard things to Prismatic Command. Oh, Calyx! Calyx looks good. Calyx looks fun. I'm quite happy to play against that. So we can go with this, we can go with the Breeding Pool, and we can go with Rioter, Ruination Rioter. Cool. Ranger class. Wow, my opponent is aggressive. Cool. Go, 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 opponent. I like that. I like that. That's very cool. What would be better next turn, though? I can make a treasure, and that could enable me to play Felidar on 4 or Boseiju. Or I could pitch 2 cards and maybe later play Reclamation. Ooh, that's also very, very tempting. Well, the wolf is not dying to this anymore, so I could just discard 2. But I think I just need that snow land, right? My land draw hasn't really been great. So yeah, let's just get white mana. Let's get this. Let's get in for 2. We're not gonna block the Wolfie anyway. Opponent can play Calyx if they want. And I can... Maybe I have to command, right? To get the Omnath mana. And then with the Boseiju, I can keep the... Ooh, wow, lots of spicy cool stuff. Look at that. Enchantments became so strong. Kamigawa? I thought Kamigawa is gonna be a lot more about artifacts, but actually it really... Truthfully, it was more about, at least that's how it feels to me, it was more about enchantments. And now we're gonna leave that back, because we might have to block something if we don't want to. If I don't want to die, I have to block something. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calyx can kill Boseiju if he wants. I don't know whether that's really important or good. Maybe. I didn't have any lands in the grave, so I don't think it mattered that much, but you know. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to sack this guy to save a little bit of... Yeah, save a little bit of health, but even so, I'm just gonna die next turn. Absolutely. Please do deal 0. I mean, I can play Omnath and then play a land, get back a little life. I can play Felidar and then play a land, get a blocker, and play Growth Spiral. I can play Azusa and Prismatic Command. Maybe it's not horrible. Yeah, Omnath seems just by far the best plan, to be honest. Well, because it's guaranteed 4 life, right? Oof. Well, we don't want to shuffle that one away, that's for sure. And even if I have to block... So I can block Dexus, but even if they remove Omnath, I should still be okay this turn. Unless they play 2 enchantments, I guess. But even then I should be okay, right? 9, 11. Yeah, they would need to play more than that. Yeah, of course, of course. We're just gonna do that. Can I draw myself out of this? I don't think so. I'm definitely in trouble. I'm definitely in big trouble. Teetering on the verge of death. As I stumble to 1. And yeah, there really isn't that much I can do here, I think. No, I think I'm dead. I do think I'm dead. Ah, what a shame, what a shame. Treasure, discard. What a shame, what a shame. Yeah, we can discard, and yeah, just bring Azusa and die. Oh well, oh well. Farewell would have been fantastic, right? Imagine if I farewell this board state. My opponent would have gone gray instantly. But this was a good game. It's nice to see Calyx sometimes, and especially he's really fun with enchantments. I think adding all these sagas and the creatures that are synergistic with them was a really nice decision on Wizard's part. None of them seem to be super broken on their own, but everything together just adds up to a very playable, dynamic, fast deck. We're gonna let our opponent do max damage because it's just nice to see how much these things could really have done fully. It's like experiencing your full power. We don't want to block anyway, just they bought me to minus 18. Oh no! Okay, so options are I could have another look at the June deck I've been trying out a bit yesterday. That was quite fun, but it didn't do super well. It just didn't do super well. It's sort of grindy. It can do okay, but I lost a bunch, even to weird decks, not just to the top decks in the meta. Um, the biggest problem was I didn't have anything to close out games with fast enough, and sometimes, yeah, if our opponents start lined up well, then we couldn't come back from card disadvantage. It's a sort of deck that aims to have a well balanced, um, like a range of solutions to all kinds of problems. But it wasn't really enough. And often the fast decks could just put up enough pressure to get through. Um, and the slower decks just went over us in terms of value. I expected to see more of say food because we were playing green black. So I had Path of Peril and Culling Ritual and Hitsugu, but I didn't see any food. I expected to see some Phoenix, but I didn't play any Phoenix. Hitsugu would have come in handy there again. And Clothes. Clothes was an all-star, by the way, in a lot of matchups. It's really hard to remove and does a lot of damage. Pets our life total, so we can take more hits. We can go a little bit longer. Chandra has been good at any point, but people remove her immediately. Same with Nissa and Sorin. Connoisseur is great, but again, only against slower decks. Bond is good, but the damage it rakes up can cause issues. Witherbloom Command and Assassin's Trophy, I wasn't high on them, but actually they're pretty good. They were both pleasant surprises. Glorybringer solves a lot of situations that I wouldn't be able to solve otherwise. Valky, I've played both sides. Actually, the Planeswalker side is pretty good, and since all the games go fairly long, it's been pretty good. Seasoned Pyro, I don't know. I don't empty my hand fast enough to really get the card draw of it for free. But it did come in handy a few times. I don't know. It's been good, but I just didn't feel strong enough. I don't know, I have a bunch of decks. I could play a bit with just classic Gruul. Gruul can be a lot of fun. Gruul is actually a lot of fun. And Gruul could get Boseiju. Gruul could get a few good sideboard cards. Was I playing something I wanted to try out in Gruul? I somehow vaguely remember. Pyro could be actually okay-ish. Grudge could be okay. Maybe Gruul is good. Gruul could surely benefit from having a Boseiju. That's for sure. Let's have a look at the new cards, whether there is anything that we could use for Gruul. Shokenzan, Kumano. I mean, Kumano is not bad. It lines up with some things neatly. Many people like Surge, but this deck doesn't really have the artifacts to discard to Surge. If you do have some kind of artifact lying around, then the Surge is really neat. Helm could be okay, but to be honest, I'm not playing Courier either, so Solitude. I don't want to attack alone. Solitude is a good card, but it's, for example, total anti-synergy with Embercleave. Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Grow. It could copy a couple of strong things. I don't know. Is it worth trying? But over what? What's our curve like at the moment? Maybe the Prowler could go. Prowler never did much. No, it just doesn't do much in general. Maybe one copy of the Mirror Breaker, but that's just there tentatively, to be honest. Prowler, I don't mind if it goes. Gatekeeper can do something similar, and it does it better, I feel. March to get some cards. Techwrecker is not a bad card. We have the Liberator in our side. It's a bit different, but fulfilling a similar role to some extent. What could be good? Any ideas? Jugon. Jugon is very slow. Takes ages for it to become a creature. I mean, by the time that becomes a creature, I want to win the game and everything, right? Hot Spring is very slow as well. I think that's even slow for standard. It's a cute card for draft if you can make it work. Okay, not much here. Anything in the Alchemy set? Artillery Enthusiast. We don't do any modification. This might not be bad. Blast. Beetle. Beetle looks fun. I guess I could try a Beetle. Equipped creature is first strike. But it doesn't buff the stats, right? It just gives first strike. Yeah. Impact. Impact is cool. Maybe Rahilda would be fun to try. Ogre. Ogre is very intense, but Brittle Blast might be okay in the sideboard, actually. Scrapper. Whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield under your control, exile a random non-land artifact card with lesser mana value from your library. You may cast that card until. That's not bad. I like Torelf. Torelf is quite nonsensical and fun. Maybe I can try out one. Why not? Alpha, nah. I mean, Townraiser Tyrant is a great card, but that's already slow. It doesn't have haste. Ceratops has pseudo haste and protection from blue. And yeah, Townraiser just doesn't do it. Tenacious Pop. Pop is sort of cute, right? It gives us a little bit of life if you're in an aggro race that can help. When Tenacious Pop enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. When you cast your next creature spell, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter of Trample and Vigilance. So it gets a lot of extra things. But if you draw this card late, it's horrible. Yeah, that's a danger. The only very lame card, well, we have plenty of lame cards, but Elves sort of justify themselves by enabling our 3-drops on turn 2. This looks like a very fun card, Antique Collector. When Antique Collector enters the battlefield, creatures you control perpetually gain. When this creature dies, you may shuffle it into its owner's library if it's in your graveyard. So anything we lose and it doesn't get exiled goes back into our graveyard, into our deck, and we get to investigate. So this is actually pretty good value. Because if you're losing creatures to removal against the control deck, you get the chance to refill your hand. And usually against control, you lose by them outvaluing you, right? Like they just end up with a lot more cards in their hands. So, of course, a lot of their cards won't be helping them to beat you fast, but they will help them to have an advantage and always find the solution they need against you. But this way, you can keep yourself reasonably refueled. It's not bad. Worship, pursuit. Right. Okay, this looks fun, but I would still rather go with Domri's Ambush or Primal Might. Pathlighter. Pathlighter is pretty fun, but seems a bit weak in some ways. Yeah. So Chef looks really fun, but nothing that it would draft us would be very powerful. Now Liberator could be good. Liberator I'm sort of tempted to try. So Liberator we can ninjutsu in, and we can seek a card. Yeah. And that's pretty reasonable. Garuk. Nah, this is not good. Trample Haste for 4. Lupin Harbingers enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is the number of turns you've begun since it was foretell for 6. Oh, come on, please. The Brood Mother. That's a funky junky card, if there's ever been one. Yeah, I don't think so, thank you. Oh man. What a bunch of weird stuff. Vicarwing Effigy. Yeah, sure. But no, we don't need defenders. So, right, Alchemy doesn't really seem to bring it. Neon Dynasty doesn't bring too many things. Was there anything in the previous sets that could really do something for us? Immolation. Play with Fire is a neat spell because it can go to face. And then we get to scry. Sure, it's a good spell. A Braid we already have in the sideboard. I like Curse of Shaken Faith recently, because some decks really do want to play multiple spells, and if we get to damage them every time they do that, that's pretty strong. For example, Phoenix or Cat Oven. They can take a lot of damage off that. Wow, I never drafted the statue yet. I didn't really get to draft the vampires. Somehow it just didn't line up like that when I was drafting the previous set. Now, Hospitality has been decent for me, but not that strong, and for 3 mana, it's a bit too little too late. Yeah, these cards are all slow. Too slow. Too slow. Pack leader is interesting. We don't have many permanents with mana value 4 or more. I played the Sprout a little bit, I tried it out. The problem is, at the beginning, it's not yet strong enough, and later on, 3/3 is still not strong enough. So, yeah, it's too slow for the start, and then gets capped too quickly as game goes on. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Yeah, not easy to figure out what exactly to add, if anything at all. Yeah, it would be so nice to get the fast land, brew fast land. That would help a lot with the mana base. Because at the moment I have to play some slow lands and check lands, and they're just not really great. I tried out Arlene, but she wasn't convincing. She just didn't really do quite enough. So, I mean, there is Jumpstart and the archive we could check out. But I'm not sure there really is anything here. Ringleader is not bad, right? It gives things haste, and it's hasty itself. Mm-hmm. Maybe Grudge is good in the sideboard. These days there are so many powerful artifacts running around. Is there anything else that would really help Gruul to be strong? What would help Gruul to really sort of push through? So we are likely to play against Phoenix, Rakdos, Arcanist. Arcanist is an annoying matchup. Yeah, Arcanist isn't a tremendous matchup. So we can go down Liberator. We can maybe Brittle Blast. I don't know, man. Ancient Grudge, Hazoret. But the thing is, I haven't really used Fry much. I can't imagine Blast being especially good. Maybe it is, I don't know. But isn't it just better to exile their graveyard straight up? Maybe it is, yeah. Yeah. Ancient Grudge is good, but Cindervines and a Braid are just more versatile, right? They get more things. So I don't really want the Liberator, actually. Let's try out the Shaken Faith, and then in the main we can try out the Boseiju, that should be good. One Rahilda, maybe that's fun. And Toralf looked like a silly fun card. I would just run one to try it out. Huntsmaster just didn't really do a whole lot for me ever. Yeah, we're not that toolboxy, and I don't really want to exile things from my hand. So this is on 20 already. I think the smashing has come in handy sometimes, but then again it also slows me down a bit. And we don't want to be slowed down. Prowler can go. Fable. I just don't see this being good in this deck. Is it? Maybe it helps to smooth out their card draws. I guess. I guess maybe the Naturalist could go and I've been quite chuffed with Gatekeeper. I don't really want to get rid of it. Maybe one Primal Knight could go. Toralf. Toralf does look a bit silly though. 3 mana 3/3. I'm not drawing a whole lot of cards, so yeah. Could try out. Maybe could try out one of the Pyros, right? Seasoned Pyros. Pyro can maybe do it. I can imagine Pyro being decent because Pyro is not especially aggressive, but it does help us to draw some cards if we have too many lands. And then we need to remove one thing from the side, which might be the Brittle. How many Abrades do we have? 2 Abrades. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna remove the Brittle Blast, craft everything I need. And yeah, we're done. Where is the option to craft? Right, here we go. Okay, let's give it a try with Growl. Usually, if I'm not especially in love with the current meta, Growl is something I play because it's still holding up decently in power level. It's not as resilient and not as explosive as, say, Celestia, right? Green white, you can use Inquisition Captain or Coco. And it doesn't have the tax elements, but just based on raw stats and raw power, it's a little bit better. Like that deck really needs Talia's Lieutenant to pop off. And we can catch them thanks to that. Wow, these are some horrible draws. Very, very unlucky that we're not even getting 2 lands. No. So, right, our opponent is sitting a bit on their hand. We have to keep mulliganing, and we are in a horrible position now thanks to that. Well, we're gonna go with tapped Shockland, and we're gonna go with a Pathway and Pack Leader, and maybe hope to get a, I don't know, Colossus is not bad. We could just go with the Brawler here, and for the moment keep the Boseiju. Sure whether that's good or not. I think I'm just gonna play it. I don't want to go into a long game, and it's unlikely that it's going to be an artifact or an enchantment that holds us back. So now we are playing, for example, against Niv, and they are on a decent start, right? They had 2 triumphs, and yeah. So this is the point where we've lost the game against Niv. Yeah, yeah, we're trying to go long, but Niv will overwhelm us with value. If they didn't have the Clarion, then we would have been okay. We start drawing some cards with the pack leader, but as things stand at the moment, we don't have a chance. And they still have a counter spell as well, probably a Drown in the Lock. They let the Fable come true, but they're probably going to destroy the token. That way we can't get the treasure. And yeah, well, it's not a good position to be in. Next turn they can live, or even this turn if they have a 5th land. And yeah, we are in trouble. I mean, Pyro can draw us a couple of cards, but we don't have double red at the moment. That's why we'd have needed the treasure from the Kiki creature. Ooh, Vanishing Verse takes care of even that. Nice. In that case, Gallia goes in for 2. We play a Stomping Ground, and we attack with Gallia, who gets killed off by Lightning Helix. And probably opponent already has Niv. That's my hunch. We are gonna. Thanks to Clothes, we haven't fallen behind by an extreme lot. So yeah, we're gonna get a creature, and we're gonna get another land and the Spellbreaker. So we can block with the Elemental. My opponent seems to have another Helix, Prismatic Command. Okay. If they have a Niv here, then we just give up. Maybe they don't. That's unlikely. I think one Niv is almost always in the like the top 15. Maybe they haven't drawn their first Niv yet, which is a bit strange, but yeah, happens very rarely though. Very, very rarely. Opponent is deliberating about something. Yeah, we're just gonna play this, and we're still on a high life total, so we're just gonna play it on 3 and try to go in. We're not going to lose just this turn, but if the Niv arrives, then our hopes are lost. They get the Drown. Okay. Can we last for 4 turns under present circumstances? It's not. I mean, it's actually not impossible, right? That we can outlast our opponent. But the problem, one of the problems, is of course that they can also gain life, right? With Helix, and Helix can also just go to face. Yeah, that's pretty bad. So if they have more helix, they can shooty our face and gain life, and in that case we definitely lose very soon, very quickly. Ah, yes, that was my fear. That was my fear. Because then this way we would need way too much time to just, burn them out with closest. Oh, okay. This one's going on. This one is a goner. So what could we do against this deck? I mean, this is one of the worst matchups, I think, for us. Because they have good removal for the early game, and in the late game, they can just go over our head quite easily. Um, and typically they don't even double spell. They don't use many enchantments or artifacts. They don't fill their graveyard. They don't have small creatures. Not everything they use is blue. Yeah, this is just a tough matchup, I guess. Yeah. So elves are particularly dead in this game. Ronas can be a bit dead because they can kill off. They have removal, plenty of removal for our creatures, and they have exile for mono cards. Vanishing Words deals with Ronas. Maybe I'll just get rid of the Primal Knights. Kavu is the only thing we need to remove, but Ambush should do the job. Or maybe Ambush is the worst, actually. Because Ambush can't really grow our creatures big enough. Yeah, and Primal Knight can help us to get a few more damage points in as well, right? So, yeah. I'm just quickly replying to my mom. She's very nice. She's worried about me. I got my booster shot 2 days ago, my third COVID vaccination, and yesterday I had a fever, not a high fever, just 38.0, 38.5. But by the night it got better. I was just extremely sleepy. Basically, I slept through the day, and my mom was just asking whether I'm feeling better. She's very nice of her. It's always good to have parents and have people who care about you. Um, so had to send a line saying I'm doing perfectly fine. Everything is good. And asking her what she's going to be up to. She has a lovely, lovely, lovely partner. Super guy. He can fix everything around the house. And he had a huge project during the past couple of years. He has a little house nearby Budapest. And that house has been there for about 500 years. It's been built by by a local smaller landholding family. Don't imagine anything fancy. It wasn't like an aristocratic family or anything, but just a small landholder family. Barely, probably they weren't much wealthier, about the same level as the more well-to-do peasants around them. But anyway, the main thing is that this is not quite enough to kill off the Kavu. But if they kill the Brawler, then yeah, we can get rid of the Kavu. I think I just have to. I mean, it's not a good trade, but if we don't remove the Kavu, then yeah, we can't do anything, right? We won't be able to get in. Said it's a fight, so actually this was a 3. Wow, I got 1 for 3, but I still have a creature on board, and they don't have their big blocker, so not impossible that we can make some kind of comeback. if I ever draw a third land, which I might not. And in that case, we can't win. The opponent is reading the card, which is understandable. It's not a super well-known card because it's not a super good card. But I do like it, especially against more controlling opponents. It can be good. Yeah, I don't mind if I kill my opponents. Getting in for 2 damage at a time. But I think they're gonna have Niv this turn. They've been very calm. Yeah, there they go. Okay, well, that's life. So yeah, and my mom's partner, he has this fantastic little house, but it's been a little bit derelict since he hasn't lived there. But he's now semi-retired and in his early 70s, so he could take the time, and actually he renovated the house by himself. He hired a couple of local hands. Actually, he was very nice about it, and he hired mostly people who were affected by the virus and didn't have enough work. They were maybe local tradesmen or construction workers, and he hired these local folks to help him out renovating the house, and they did a fantastic job. It really looks great. That's not a good hand either. But I don't know. Yeah, with aggressive decks, mulligans are just so bad, right? 5 lands. Oh, it's one of these arena shuffles where you have a lot of lands in your opening hand, and you get more and more and more. You sort of get punished, right? We're playing Arcanist and they're on a good start. Man, wow. That's quite something. Okay. Oh well. If we ever get to attack with the Liberator, at least we get one more creature. I hope they don't have a removal. But I can't even attack into that, can I? I actually can, I think. Oh, thanks God. They were not expecting this. They were not expecting this. Well, we need to seek a non-land card. Oh, that worked out much, much, much better than I hoped. Oh, this card has been a lifesaver. This card has been a lifesaver. Look at that. I have that too. I'm also going to cast it, man. Do they have anything in the graveyard I wanna... Ooh. I might just get rid of Croxa though. Although they are still far from casting Croxa. It's just too tempting. It's just too tempting. Yeah, let's just get rid of Croxa. Let's just get rid of Croxymoxy. Croxinho, bye-bye. And welcome, Werewolf Deck Leader. I get 2 damage. I should have cast this first. Silly me. And maybe that one on red. And we're not attacking. No attacks. My opponent can't attack. I can't attack. Ah, they have Fatal Push. Beautiful. Why wouldn't they? So all I achieved with the Werewolf Pack Leader is to suffer 2 damage. And they mill another Croxa. Oh my gosh. Okay, they get 2 damage as well. What else do they have? Oof. Wow. That's a lot of damage they're taking there. Huh. We're gonna cast this guy first. I'm gonna take 4 damage from my Gatekeeper too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's pretty brutal. What a strange matchup, right? And we get a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. That's horrible. And I get my, what, 6th land and 2 elves. Unbelievable. I don't really want to attack because they can easily block. They can even block like this, and then I can only take out 1 pyro. And then they're very close to having enough things for Croxa. That wouldn't be very good with. Maybe I could have attacked with the Gatekeeper. Nah, that's still not brilliant. The problem is if they attack now with the Bugbear, I should kill the Bugbear. But then if I kill the Bugbear... yeah, then they have a land. They have a land anyway. Wow. That's very, very bad because I can bring back Croxa. Discard my Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Yeah, I mean, they have to do that, right? They just have to do that, yeah. So my only chance is drawing top decking Embercleave. Rakdos has been really housed, and if we would get the Rakdos fast land, that would just be insanely good. You see, the problem is they can just block everything I have. And then I die on the swing back. I do. They would block here. I mean, ambush on the elves, take out the pyro, and they're going to block the brawler. They're going to block the liberator, and they're going to block the arrow pyro, and I get in for 2 and I die on the swing back. That's a little bit annoying, right? But what can you do? Yeah, I think I'll just take out one of the channelers then. Nothing else I can do at the moment, I think. Yep. And I just have to hope. I mean, I can still draw. I can still draw. An Embercleave. Oh, Chandra is pretty rough. Chandra is pretty rough. Oh, that's pretty nice as well. Wow. Oh, very nice, yeah. Well done. Okay. Layer of... Sure. We're gonna exile that. Get 2 cards. Try to get in. Would really like to get in. We don't get in. And if my opponent has... Yeah, they can just attack with the Den, right? No, Croxa kills me. Croxa number 3. Wow, they were quite lucky with their Croxas. Okay. Tough one. What do we do here? So we don't want our opponent to have a graveyard. Ooze is very good there. Soulguide Lantern and Clothis are also very good. And our opponent has a bunch of small creatures, so Bonecrusher Giant and a Braid are pretty decent. And I think that's about it. They have a lot of removals, so there's a good chance that we won't be able to do much with our Embercleave. Elves are always good in the first game, but after that they drop off. What else? Pack Leader is the same. It's just a huge target on its head. Ronas, again, they can remove creatures which would enable Ronas, so a bit more difficult. Ceratops is irrelevant. Opponent doesn't play blue. Yeah, let's give it a go like this. right? So, well, anyway, let's see how things play out. It's not horrible, not great, not horrible. I'll open with forest because that's fixed, and then we can decide about the other pathways, which side we want to use. Probably go with brawler turn 2, and then liberator can jump in maybe if we have to. Opponent is thinking carefully about their yeah, they mulliganed. I mean, it makes sense. Their deck is really draw sensitive. We're gonna go on red here. Bring the brawler. We'll keep these two to be so that I can deal with potential graveyard shenanigans. And we're going to play the Liberator next turn because... oh, that's interesting. We're gonna play the Liberator here. RV. We're gonna play the Elves and the Gatekeeper. And then they lose a little bit of life on casting something to remove one of my 2 spells. If they don't remove, I can attack with both, and then maybe Liberator can bring something into my hand. They can block both, so I can't ninjutsu in the Liberator. But I can bring the Questing Beast, though. That's pretty good. Yeah, Beast is okay, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna suffer damage, I know. The Beast can just start going in. I don't know whether they have anything else besides Unholy Heat. Ah, shush, yeah, of course. Fabled Passage, they sacrifice that, and then they get the extra close on the Fatal Push, so they can use it to destroy Questing Beast. Oh, okay, that's fine with me. Nope, not just now. They can't gain life of it. So how do we do this? Are they gonna block the Questing Beast? They might. Well, I'm still gonna try that. They don't. I think I'll bring the Liberator. Yeah. I think it's good. Because it's card advantage. Ah, I see they have a removal spell. Yeah, no, that's okay. Sure. 2 damage. Yeah, go for it. And so should we get one more land here, or should we get another non-land? I think non-lands are just more important. And we can bring the brawler. Yep. I think that was good, yeah. It's a lot of damage. The Ferocidans have dealt out. Dished out. Actually. Wow. Interesting. Double Ferocidan, and Ferocidan has menace. It can come in for 6. And then wow, it's just tough. That's just tough, man. So we have another Liberator, but we're going to get rid of that. Proxy is there. Oh, an opponent isn't. Huh. How many creatures? Oh, but this players can't gain life, right? So. Ooh, this is tricky. So I think I'm gonna bring Boseiju, bring Questing Beast, and attack. Yes. Trample. Okay. Interesting. Right. We trade a lot. We do trade a lot. And he didn't gain life because his own Ferocidons didn't enable him to get life of the Etherborn. My opponent is one card short of bringing the Crocs back. Now they will be able to bring the Crocs back. That's a bit sad. Shit. Should have oozed away everything they had. How annoying. How incredibly annoying. Okay. So at least I have a lot of mana. So we get the Emissary. We get the Ooze. We're gonna use one of those 2 red mana. And then we're just gonna eat some things, right? And start fattening up our Ooze. End the turn. What do they draw? Oh, please, not a fatal push in my Ooze. No, okay, didn't draw that. Whoa. This was very narrow and tricky. I'm thinking Primal might not be the best here, or Braid might be better. Because it can take out these 3 mana naughty creatures. Maybe Hazoret would be good against all this indestructible nonsense. I mean, they are so heavy on removal, right? My Embercleave is never gonna get through. Let's just give it a go like this. Reunite Pangaea. That's a code worth advocating for, definitely. Reunite Pangaea. Pangaea? I don't know how you would pronounce it in English. My Hungarian, German, English speaker intuition is that it would be Pangaea, but maybe it's Pangaea, I don't know. Anyway, Stomping Ground, then we go into Rootbound Crag, and probably Pack Leader and Spellbreaker. We're gonna get rid of the Mountain. I don't mind the 3 damage so much at the moment. We're really just gonna try to power out a good start and get a card off Pack Leader before they can kill it. But there's a good chance, of course, that they're going to kill it. Yeah, sure. We're gonna bring Spellbreaker. It's gonna gain haste. They're gonna go in for 6. I'm gonna draw a card off it. They waited too long. You have to cast that before the attackers are declared. Yep. Okay, and then we can eat Kroxa with the Gatekeeper. And maybe also Ninjutsu with the Liberator. Ooh, this is spicy. Yeah, we're just gonna bring this. We're gonna attack here with Spellbreaker, Ninjutsu. Let's hope they don't kill the Liberator. They might. Do they have something? No. Okay, that looks good. Ooze. Yeah. That's nice. Then let's exile their Kroxa. That's gonna happen whatever you do, buddy. Kroxa's gotta go. It's been a pain in the back. Pain in our bottom. Our smooth little baby bottom. Look at these kind people. They're just here to say hello to you. They're aching to meet you. They're trying to set up a meeting every turn. They're working really hard on organizing this, and you're really not kind and empathetic with them at all. You're not valuing their efforts to meet you one-on-one. You're playing Croxas, you're discarding my cards. Ah, man, what does one have to do to have one's efforts valued? So, tricky, no? Should we play our Hilda? I have to send them in. I don't think the channeler is going to do much. But then again, you never know. You never know. Opponent looks like a cheeky bugger. Cheeky bugger, ne? Yeah, let's get this on the Liberator and try and kill the channeler. I'm sure they have something, but I don't know what. Yeah, at this point I'm like, whatever they have, it's okay. I'm gonna get, yeah, 2 damage to me as well. Of course. Sure. Opponent, no comments. They're waiting with the Fable passage. That was pretty obvious. Okay, didn't want me to draw another card. Makes sense. Well, there was a permanent they controlled that left the battlefield, naming their Dragon's Rage Channeler. They could have just sacrificed their Fabled Passage as well, which to me would have made sense. But they can do it anytime, right? Because they have 4. Yeah, they control 4 more lands, so that comes in untapped. But they still only have 5 cards, so they don't have the 5th card to bring back Croxa. And that's going to be a problem for them, because basically we're going to bring in the Scavenging Ooze and eat their Croxa. And I think that's going to seal the game. Yep, eat that boy and eat that girl. And we're good. And kill Chandra. And that opponent still has, of course, the Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I shouldn't attack into that with my Gatekeeper. But I think at this stage, they're too far behind. So, as you see, Gruul can grind. If it has to. If it absolutely has to. But if you want to play grind the games, don't play Gruul in general. But if it comes to that, and you're playing against other aggressive, semi-aggressive, or mid-range decks, there is now a deep enough card pool in Historic that you can make sort of value plays, and that means that you can survive even if the games go a little bit longer, your opponent discards you a few times, and so on and so on. There are a couple of reasonable ways to refuel your hand. Let's try one more and then switch to an Orzhov deck or an Esper deck so that we get our dailies done. Right. You're playing against someone who choose Luca as their emote. He's sort of a silver fox, isn't he? Sort of a silver fox, this chap. Not fully silver yet, right? Like the top is brown, but he's your rugged guy. It reminds me of a chap who would have figured, I mean, even the jacket, as someone who would have been on some kind of propaganda poster during World War II, right? Like there were all these posters recruiting people for I don't know, the Air Force in the US or in the UK, and they would have got this responsible but sort of not very handsome but not bad looking man. You know, he's staring somewhere far away, and he's scanning the horizon. He's obviously a responsible, serious person. He knows what he's here for, and you can see that he's very confident. He's raising his head, and the enemy isn't going to deal with him too easily. So, you know, his eyes on the target. He's already scanning the you know, munition stacks around Hamburg or Cologne. Yeah, well, these were the kind of guys who did the carpet bombings and killed all the civilians. So not that nice. Right. Ooh, wow, but that DRC became active pretty quick, and Pyro got a +1/+1, so we might have to. What the heck happened here? Whoa! Opponent went bonky, totally wild here. Wow, I admire this. This looks like a very fun mono red build. It has everything. It has Chandra, it has Pyro, it has Darcy. It's everything that's cool in red. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, another Planeswalker. Whoa. Now, we'll have to bring the Spellbreakers, and we'll have to bring them with Riot and give them +1/+1 token. Whoa, 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 whoa! What is this? This is beautiful. My opponent is going off. This is beautiful. I mean, this is the thing I like about Historic. You know, that the card pool is just becoming so incredibly deep that you can really play a bunch of very interesting and versatile decks. Wow, they're coming in again. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that. We can't take that much damage because we're gonna die very quickly if we do. And we have to get rid of that Chandra, so that's what we're gonna be up to right now. A little bit of damage to our opponent, get rid of their Chandra, which means their Darcy is gonna still be there in the sky and fly. But the heck, man, they must have something that they can use to remove the questing beast. I think they won the game. Mono red ran us over. Wow. What a cool game. I like that though. Yeah. That's very cool. I don't mind losing in a game like this, but my opponent was very brave. I mean, not that many people play mono red at the moment, and most of the people who do try to build it for madness, to get fiery temper, and I don't think I'm gonna show anything else to my opponent from my deck because it's not going to matter. They're gonna kill me whatever happens here. It doesn't matter what I play. So I might as well just give them an easy win. And cool, I can see what they play. And I like their build. This is a very cool, very strong mono red build. It's really fun to see that this can work. Yeah, why didn't they kill me? No, I'm really not gonna do anything, thank you. I'm really not gonna show you what I have. You did, you're a nice guy, but yeah, I'm not that nice. I'm gonna keep my secrets. So yeah, Historic has a deep enough card pool. You can see Omnath Courier, Darcy, so many cool things. We're gonna side this in because they have both artifacts and small creatures. We're gonna get the Bone Crusher Giants for the same purpose as well. And we don't want them to have a graveyard. Primal might be okay here. I definitely don't want the elves. We don't want the cleave too much. Because I think we have to... It sounds a bit weird, but I feel that we have to be the controlling deck somehow. We have the chunkier, a little bit slower creatures. And hence... And therefore it feels like we should be the ones who are trying to grind them out. I'm not sure that assessment on my part is correct. But I'm like, I'm gonna take out some of the less strong things and the things that are not that likely to work. Shifting Ceratops isn't gonna be brilliant in this matchup. I mean, we're not playing against someone who has blue, but it's chunk enough to pose some issues. Oof, and we draw 3 out of our, what, 5 4-mana cards. That's not something we can keep. That's not something we can keep. We can keep that. It's not a good hand, but slightly better than the previous one. Now the thing about Ooze is, against these decks, we don't really want to play it until our opponent has a graveyard and there are things to snag from the graveyard, especially creatures. If you can eat a couple of creatures and gain some life, that's just great. The question here is, do I want to cast a Braid on that or not? But I think the mana efficient thing is to go with the Mirror Breaker. I could have Burning Tree and Mirror Breaker, of course, but Burning Tree is basically a free spell at any point. But still, it would have just been nicer to have it on the board. So now this is a tricky thing again, right? This is crew 3. So unless my opponent actually has a Planeswalker on board, it's not very dangerous. But if they do, then it's very dangerous. But the Darcy is maybe... The Darcy might be even more dangerous. So this is tricky. This is really tricky. But to be honest, the graveyard can be eaten by the Ooze, but Darcy refills it very fast, though. Look, it already has 3 different types. How annoying. How annoying. I think I'm gonna discard these 2, have a look at what I get. Nothing brilliant, to be honest. Nothing brilliant. So I think you can do 2 things. Neither of them is particularly exciting, actually. But I think they're nevertheless sort of necessary. Yeah, we do want to keep this at a lower delirium count as long as possible. We don't want it to activate too soon. This is going to be a Chandra that gets rid of our Ooze, activates really a 3 mana light up the stage. So our opponent's hand can't be very good. Our opponent's hand can't be very good if they 3 mana light up the stage. And they didn't get anything that they could play. So next turn they're definitely going to play the Chandra. What would we want to do here? I mean, we can flash in the Liberator, and then that's great in the sense that We're definitely going to get another land, and we can get rid of the Heart of Kiran, which is very strong together with the Chandra, right? Both as a blocker. Yeah, it has Vigilance. Yeah, that thing has to go. That thing has to go. So we need to flash in the Liberator. We need to ask for a land. And we have to pray that it's not a tapped land. We have to pray that it's not a tapped land. And yeah, we're gonna take this one back because we can play this again for free basically. It's 5 damage. We want a land. Okay, that's okay. And that's alright. And we're gonna play this for free. And then abrade the Heart of Kiran. But if you do, then Darcy's already is 3/3 flyer. So we're almost in the same position. Oh, how annoying. Yeah, then we need to kill... The problem is that if they uptick the Chandra, they're just gonna be... Yeah, we can always get rid of the Darcy with the Ooze. Yeah, it's a bit sad for the moment, but eventually that should work. And if the Kiki-Jiki lives, it can make copies of the Jukai Liberator. So this one has haste, but it doesn't have first strike. So my 2/2s can attack into it without the risk of too much punishment. Oh, what is he going to cast for 2 mana? Is it going to be some removal or another light up the stage? With spectacle cost reduced? I know they have removal. Yeah, and I also see that a copied Liberator is a problem for that. Yeah, yeah, because that would mean that I can guaranteed get in and draft something from my... Not draft. What does this do? Seek a permanent. Yeah. So I think what I have to do at the moment is just to yeah, either take out the instant or the art. Oh gosh, even then they have 4 kinds. How annoying. Maybe I should have Questing Beasted here, right? Yeah, and go after the Chandra. Gosh, messed up. I did mess up. Do I have any creatures? Yeah, I do actually. Oh. I actually do. So we're gonna copy that and go with these 2 after the Chandra. And then eat one of my own things and hit for 3, and that way Chandra can't shoot down either Kiki-Jiki or my Ooze. Because I can't lose either of those, I can't afford to lose them. The problem is they can hit me for a lot. If they would have activated the Den of the Bugbear, they could have easily come in for 6. Oh, but they were hoping to win big here with light up the stage. Oof, and they're doing very, very well. Yeah, that's a superb top deck. And I would just update the Chandra for mana and play the Bonecrusher Giant and the Darcy, and that's exactly what my opponent does. And it's very lucky for them, because the Giant will be able to block my Questing Beast. They have a Braid. Ah. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Mio Dio. Mio Dio. Not good. Are they gonna throw away one of their channelers? So they got rid of 2 oozes. I'm not in a good position, folks. I think we're going to lose it. I think I'm going to lose this. Because I think they're going to sacrifice the Chandra to get rid of the Questing Beast. And in that case, they just control the board and they have a card advantage, a very solid card advantage. It's going to be really hard for me to come back. Yeah, and the Gatekeeper is just going to keep taxing me if I play to the board. Yep. I think they won this. I think they have taken this one. Because I lose 4 on this, and if they have anything, well, they can actually just activate one of the Dans and come in, and I can defend, but basically I'm just going to die to whatever else they play next turn. Yep, coming with everything, and yep, just die to 1 damage, whatever that 1 damage is. Nice way to finish it. Wow. I'm not sure what the mistake was, but probably the mistake was to not to take out the Darcy early with my Braid, and wait with that and take out the artifact vehicle. But that was an interesting game. That's something to be honest, I enjoyed. This was pretty fun. So I have to do my dailies, right? Which is black and white. Okay, I'll take a 2-minute break and I'll see you all then. And we're gonna go on and have a look at how that goes. Alrighty, folks. Let's restart the client. And let's have a look at what we can do with black and white. Black and white. Is there anything good black and white in the meta at the moment? Let me have a look at MTG Arena Zone. They usually have decent deck lists, relatively recent and decent ones. Does Kamigawa have a good black and white deck? It does, right? Orzhov Venture. Haven't played that, but it sounds intriguing because Venture has been such a horrible mechanic when it came out, and in a sense it was really sad because I think many people who like Magic have some affiliation or, at least don't hate fantasy. And I'm one of these people. I'm not crazy about fantasy things, but I have read a few novels. I have seen a couple of movies. I was a Lord of the Rings fan in my teenage years, more than 20 years ago. And okay, so this is the deck. Look, we can take a peek at how this has been built. Interesting. Wow. Huh. Right. There's only one dungeon descent. Okay, what do I not have? There must be some cards I don't have. I don't have 4 Nadar. How many do I have? Wow! How many Adelaines do I have? 1. Connoisseurs 3, Emperor 1. I don't have any Lisas. Oh gosh, dude. Tough. Why does this have 14 cards in the sideboard? Actually, sorry everyone. 14 cards in the sideboard. Very interesting. 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, 14. Must be a mistake. Well, that's interesting, right? So that's a lot of. The problem is, I don't think I want to craft several Forgotten Archangels. Connoisseur is okay. I don't mind crafting these 2. Adelaine is okay too, I wouldn't mind, but so many. Then Nadar. Crossroads is also something that's useful in Alchemy, but not outside that. Gosh. Fellas, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can justify crafting this deck. It's just... I have a decent amount of rares and mythic rares at the moment, but as you all know, the next set is coming up at the end of April, so in about a month or so. And it's going to have triumphs. It's going to have the 5 triumphs that we are lacking at the moment, namely the Jund, so red, black, green. It's going to have the Bunt, white, green, blue. It's going to have the Esper, white, black, blue. It's going to have the Grixis, red, black, blue. And it's going to have the Naya, the red, white, green. And those will be very important. So even if I get to draft a lot and get half of them, I'm still going to have to spend at least 10, 12 rares on that. And there's going to be probably a few other things I want to craft. So, I don't know. On a funky Alchemy deck, I don't think I'm going to spend this many wild cards. It's just not worth it for me. Now, what I see here is that there's also a fun Mardu artifact stack. Let's copy it in, and then we can see what I'm lacking to build that. How many things I would need? 7 rares in 1 mythic. So it's all. Yeah, you see, half of it is alchemy rares, right? And then craft it just for this deck and very likely never use it again. And if it stays strong, they'll probably nerf it Yeah, not really, thank you. Tricky. So this is something tricky with alchemy. If you don't want to invest too many wildcards, it's a little bit hard to keep up with the meta, and I think this is going to stay like this. So basically, Wizards is saying, it seems to me, the following. You have to make sort of a decision. You can have a little bit more, you can have a meta which doesn't change that often, and then stick with standard or historic. Or you can have a meta that changes quite frequently, go for alchemy. But in that case, you have to be willing to spend more money because you will need more wildcards, and you probably can't get enough unless you actually invest um, a bit of money. So we're lacking a couple of cards, but that's okay. We can fill that out with other decent cards. This looks like a really strange, funky deck. I might craft one Wandering Emperor. Why not? Okay. And what about the land base here? Oh, so this is 3 colors. Alchemy, Mardu-midrange, Mardu-mid. Let's see what kind of things we have. What do we have in these colors, in rares? What kind of things do we have that would be interesting to try out? Limited rebalance. No, this is for traditional alchemy. This is for traditional alchemy. Fragment reality could be something decent. I don't know. I don't mind trying out one copy. I haven't played it, so absence could be these. And I imagine Sash could be okay. Maybe I can play it on the side if there are any graveyard synergies. And it seems like I'm maybe... If this is a mid-range deck, then there are things that Spellbinder and Cathar can mess up. Maybe Purge even more so. And then in the main, maybe we can play a Spellbinder in here. But maybe we need some top end. Is there anything powerful? Gosh. So why not play March in these colors? March just seems to be too good. What could be some decent mid-range-ish threat? Trespasser. What else? Tergrid could be okay. It's a fun card. Professor Onyx could be okay. She's interesting. She does things. Are there any multicolors at all that we could play? Wow, not a lot. Maybe play an Edgar. Never played it seriously. Why not, right? Yeah, let's try one out. And one Kaya. Sure. Looks a bit slow, but it's probably fun. Predator might be fun too. Orcus can be fun as well. Do we really need Cave of the Frost Dragon? Is it better than having another Sanctum? I can't believe that. No. No, I don't buy this. Also, I don't buy that these things are... I think the person who built the deck didn't have a super good lineup of lands, maybe. How many lands would that be? 27. So we need to cut 2 though, I understand that, yeah. Yeah, that's way too many pathways. Yeah, we cut 2. Still a bit ugly, and so we need, these are our dominant colors. We definitely don't need 3 of that. We would need maybe, if anything, 4 of this. Red mana, 6, 8, 10, 6, 9, 11, 13 red, 2, 6, 8, 12, 16, 17 white, 3, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19 black. So you maybe go down 1 here and 1 up and up 1 here. Maybe this is too many. You really need Takenuma. Okay, whatever. And then we need to get rid of 2 more things. How is Dockside Ship going to do anything in this deck? I mean, what is it going to sacrifice? What is the idea here? Does it sacrifice the copies that the Mirror Breaker makes? I haven't seen this deck in action. I mean, Edgar makes the vampires; those can be sacrificed. But I don't think a one-off is coherent or interesting. Yeah, maybe one-off Spellbinder isn't that exciting either. Okay, well, let's have a look. Looks pretty wild and incoherent, but you know, it's not a reason not to give it a try. Wild and incoherent can actually be fun because sometimes they navigate difficult things well, right? So this is a tricky thing. Sometimes you have to stick with mid-range decks and try out how they're doing. Zero lands. That's not great, right? This is a bit better. So we can ship Sorin. I think this deck needs a good number of lands. Okay, and I mean we can just go with the hive. Right. And yeah, just go with the hive. Right. Neat. We do need white and we have some red. This way we have our removal enabled. Loss is good. Loss is pretty good. Betting announcement is fun as well. Let's give it a try. Plunder. How unlucky. I think we're gonna get rid of Loss. We can't play it for a while. Crossroads should help us. Nah, whatever. They get something. They get a random card. It's weird. I've been trying out this card in the June deck I've been testing yesterday a bit. It feels nice that your opponent discards something and you get something from their deck, but very often what you get is so irrelevant. I got a lot of lands and just very suboptimal things. So we do need double white for some of the things we have. I think I'm just gonna keep up that and have a look at their hand. Oh, Connoisseur is actually beautiful. So I can take back my own Connoisseur. Sure. Why not? Next turn I can transform into that. They can discard. I mean, Invoke Despair is very scary. They're on black, so next turn they can basically cast it. That's an attack trigger. Yeah, sad and bad. Not much I can do about that. Sure. That's life. I just cast it. Yeah, fair enough. Yep. Good. That lined up nicely for my opponent. We're gonna just start hitting them a bit and, I don't know, see where things go from there. That's a pretty big blowout. It's a pretty big blowout. Yep, so they have 2 cards more because they started. And then they have the card 1 card advantage because that was a 2 for 1. Plus draw 1. Plus from the Undercity Plunder 1 more card, right? So 6 cards advantage in total. But even so, we're not doing that horribly. Yes. Try and yeah, that would be nice. It's not bad. We're gonna get a couple of blockers. Sure. Nadar. So they're playing the dungeon deck. Maybe this is like the way Arena's way of telling me, don't be stingy with your wild cards, man. If you would be playing the best card in the meta, you would get to play Nadar. The Legendary Dragon Knight, 4 copies of this. No. No, I simply can't imagine doing that. Why didn't they copy something with Kikijiki? I don't know. Oh well. Ooh, they're planning something naughty. So they're going to copy it now. And that makes me discard? Yeah, what? It's beautiful. That's just beautiful. Look at that. But I think that means we have lost the game. Yeah. We're gonna be locked out from our hand. Okay. Wow. Cool game. I like that. It was quite a bit of fun. Okay, now I can see that this is definitely something. I don't know what kind of deck list this is. That I managed to find on MTG Arena Zone. Maybe I take it back. It's definitely not something. It's not the best way to go about. Not the best way to go about it. Trying to find some strong meta decks. Right. Well, this card is pretty strong actually. The one monocolored. Yeah, my opponent does have a decent number of monocolored cards that I don't want them to play. Maybe too many apparitions aren't good. Edgar is not that helpful here. My opponent isn't exactly aggressive. Yeah, interesting to see how different this meta is from the historic meta. Somebody really wants to stay on top of everything. They need to invest a lot of time. I go first again, which means that if I mulligan, I'm gonna be down a color again. Down a card again, so it's way too many lands though. Way too many lands. I'm gonna have to go with Hive, and then whatever is needed. Sanctum, most likely, to play Wedding Announcement, and then Predator, and then hope for the best. Painful Bond, yep. Yeah, I just feel that this deck should have Painful Bond as well. I'm just not sure that this is the optimal build, but you know, it's okay. Sometimes it's not intuitive or obvious why someone else made the choices they did. So we have got to give it a go and test it out a little bit. Okay. Fable came again. Now we might want to put Fable again away. If I want to put Fable away, yeah, I don't want to let our opponent get good selection. Even better than what they already have. My board is busy, but not good. Yeah, drawing my own connoisseurs would help a lot. It would help a lot. We're gonna try and draw a card of the wedding announcement. Their hand is just not great. Ah, they're not blocking. Interesting. But we are gonna play the Ridge and the Sorin in that case. Okay. That's actually pretty decent. And the announcement flipped, I get the buff, I have decent blockers. And Walkie is a good draw. In 2 turns I could even play the Tybalt side. Would be good to play Tybalt here. Everything my opponent has is something that I also would want to play. Do they have a direct way to deal with Sorin? I mean, I guess Vanishing Verse could do it. Or... But my opponent seems to be thinking a lot. What color is this one? Black. So if they have the 5 mana black spell, they can cast it again if they attack with the Goblin Shaman. Okay. That's naughty. Right. Okay, so they have the appropriate removal for everything. Why wait so much then? What were they thinking about, I wonder? What might they have had that seemed like a better option than what they did? I wonder. That's sort of the question, I guess. I mean, I could go and find out, right? Let's have a look at their hand. They must have something good. No. No, they don't. I see. I see. No, I think I'm okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing Fable, but I don't want to play it into the Vanishing Verse so straight up, I guess, at the moment. And I didn't want to play the Adventurer into this. Yeah, that was obvious. Right. They're gonna gain a lot of life. I lose a bit of life. They're gonna attack me. I'm going to Eganjo the Connoisseur. And yep, we lose a life, sure. And we still have something going on here. I think I am gonna do this. And at this point maybe also Fable. Because even if they get rid of the saga with the Vanishing Verse, which I think they're going to do, it's still nice to have the 3/3 as a blocker. But again, I feel that somehow 43 to 46. Yeah, I feel that somehow they got right. That gave them a card advantage. And they had the start, right? So yeah, that sort of explains it. Still not fully, but kinda. The adventurer can go. Oh man. I'm not adventuring a whole lot. I guess that's okay. Eventually, yeah, that can enable me to discard my lands, and yeah, I can hold on to my lands, discard them to the Fable. That's fine. Life-wise, I'm still okay. This gets them nothing. I don't mind having discarded land. Good riddance. But they're quite lucky though, drawing two of this. I haven't seen any. Yeah, I'm gonna draw another copy of the same, so. Sure. Same again. Adventure is gonna go. Adventure, ventures, and we can get a. But I think we can get a treasure. What should we get here? I think I'm just gonna go with the little creature. Might be useful in case my opponent plays something naughty, right? Sure. I think they must have drawn their second hive. That's why they are willing to sacrifice the first one. Right. Yep. Discard this one. Draw another one. Keep that up. And just going for 5, I guess. That's pretty decent. And then actually this can just gain a +1. And we're just going for 6, which is pretty respectable, to be honest. My opponent has a lot of cards. I wonder why. I just wonder what their plan is here. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I even want to... But not just now, I think. Yeah, I think I want to wait with that until the end of their turn. And I could even kill this and draw a card off it. Maybe that's better. Or just hang on to it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I can get back Sorin as well with this. That's pretty decent. Right. For the moment, this is fine. And I'll just hit for 6, I guess. And get rid of, City Stalker. My opponent is on 1. They didn't seem to have a great draw. So, just think back, we played Historic before that, and the power level was just so much higher. You can't... Yeah, okay. Very interesting for me to see. I mean, the power level here in this meta seems to be pretty robust, but it's still so much lower than Historic. Choosing non-land, that's pretty good. I think I do want to do that. I'm not sure about Redain. They have a lot of flyers though. Redain can be pretty annoying. Maybe Regain is even better than Orzhov. Feels like my curve better, I feel. I'm not sure that Spellbinder wouldn't be nice here. Spellbinder can make a lot of the things in their deck quite expensive. That's beautiful, I mean. Although almost everything I have is reactive, so there's that. This is red, black, hence I should start here. Okay. Yeah, we can just lead with this. We can just lead with this, and then cast this. And do we want to have a look? I think we do want to have a look. Let's make use of our cards now that when we can. Oh, this is actually nice. I wouldn't mind getting an Adar next turn and going venturing with it. Of course, I can kill it off with the Molten Impact, which is what they're going to do. Yep. Too bad, man. They get their card back. Painful Bond, Power World Kill, Fable, and another land. Okay. But still, I would say we're not. But there's nothing for us to remove at the moment. But we're not in a horrible position. We're not in a horrible position. Unless they get... What is that going to be? Mirror Breaker. Is that something I want to get rid of? Maybe it is. Although the Emperor should be able to take care of that. Yeah. Well, fair enough. But still, I somehow feel that it would maybe have been better to... Okay. Okay. Goss. Yeah, they got a token. And I think I'm just gonna make... I think I'm going to exile that, right? Before it can do any damage. And then I have to hope that they haven't drawn a Vanishing Verse, because if they did, then this was just a very expensive removal spell. I see. I totally forgot about this. Okay, so this is how this works. Beautiful, though. That's pretty beautiful, yeah. Yep, that was very nice. Well done. But we can get it back, though, with Takenuma. And... so maybe... what I want to do is to remove the Nadar for the moment, so that way they can't come back. And then you can resolve that, but I'm gonna react to that and kill it off. Thank you very much. And I don't have any lands, I mean I only have lands, so don't worry too much about that, buddy. Why have I not seen any of these guys in my deck? That's a little bit sad, isn't it? It always is. It always is. I think I have to. I mean, this is not real card advantage, but it's sort of semi-card advantage, so... yeah, just got to hang on to it. I might even just kill this off. Might even just kill this off. Nah, I'm good. Coming in. Okay. What else? I haven't seen any of my copies of this card and this card. No, I have seen one Vanishing Verse in the previous game, that's true. Hey, that's good. That's pretty good. That can draw me a card. That's neat. Ah, they're going to kill that off quickly, of course. Yeah, well, makes sense. Sure. We're still going to go in. We're gonna get a little vampire. And my opponent is again ahead on cards. Because they had a painful bond, and what else? What else did they have that got them cards? Nothing? Then how are we behind on cards? Well, they did use the blood tokens, right? Ooh, well done, well done. Yeah, that's good for them because I can't attack with 2 creatures. That's what they don't want. That's what they don't want. I mean, I could still. I think I will, actually. I don't mind if... oh, they have removal for that as well. Really? They've drawn a grand total of 6 lands, and everything else is removable. Oh, come on. It's becoming a bit tiresome. A bit too perfect, my opponent's draw. Whereas we drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 lands. Yeah. Okay, finally they drew a land. Maybe I can't complain. But yeah, they drew 7 out of 18, and we drew 9 out of 15, so... We drew so far only 6 playables? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Ouch. That's not great. We might just die to these really, really annoyingly mediocre creatures. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. They don't even have lifelink. How horrible. How horrible. They don't even have lifelink. Sad. And my bet is that for the next turn, my opponent has a... they drew another City Stalker Connoisseur. Nice. And absolutely fair and justified. My hunch is that they have a Midweek Massacre, and they're just gonna massacre my blockers. Okay, well, time for Takenuma. We get our first Connoisseur. Nah, we're gonna get the Emperor just because it's fun. Oh, come on, of course. Yeah, sure. Right. Your go, my opponent. And we got 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. 12. God, man. Oh, did I lose? Of course. Sure. And then just die. Yes, we die. Actually, we don't necessarily. Get rid of one of these, and we can block one. But we're gonna go to 1. That's not great. That's not great, my friend. That's not great. Two things, but they can bring... Oh, they can just bring their hive, right? So it doesn't actually matter because they can bring their hive. Yeah. Okay. So we gotta make a samurai. How did I fall behind so much? I mean, Invoke Despair is clearly a house. Whoever made this deck list, I don't understand why they didn't put it in there. Vanishing Verse, that's what they top decked. So 1, 2 lands, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of half of their deck, and the rest was gas. Yeah, okay, I mean, that explains it. Good draws, bad draws. And of course, well played. I've never played this deck before, but my opponent seems to have, and they did well. I'm not sure I see the point of this card in the deck. It's a decent little aggressive card, but it seems to me to just want to do different things than what the rest of the deck is doing pretty well. So, yeah. Wow, this was a weird experience. So I really liked Invoke Despair. That just seems very blow you out. And blow you out cards are good. I really don't think Portable Hole is needed in the main deck. This just looks too risky to me. Yeah, I didn't like this at all, to be honest. I didn't like this at all. I didn't like Predator either. Sorin would have been nice to have another copy in the main. Yeah, this is just good, and we can side it out if we don't need it. It's not something I want seriously. Actually, I can imagine one of the dragons being good here. I can imagine one of the dragons being quite good here. Yeah. I don't like this at all, so I would much rather try somewhat nastier things. Somewhat more powerful things, like, things that actually can make an impact on the game. Ah, yeah, and I was thinking, so the other thing I was thinking was, right, the draw 2. Why would you not play that? I'm really not sure. Wedding announcement seems cute, but yeah, it just seems that not like a very strong card. It seems like a cute card. Yeah. That's exactly what it looked like to me. It looked like a cute card. And my opponent would not have been in a good position to answer a lot of flyers, right? No. I mean, these two cards, I don't know. They're both weird. Yeah. So this is more of a controlling build with less of the mid-range aggression. We changed the deck list a little bit. But I'm just not sure. What I felt was that there was simply not enough early aggression to justify the Kiki and the wedding. And I would be more comfortable with top decking stronger cards later on. Although this might not make it worse to play white. Arguably, yeah. So we will need double red, double black, but we can be okay with mono white. What? No, scry one. Good, that's a nice spell. And then we can maybe... enchantment, interesting. So we want to go with the Hive Tyrant here. That's a reactive spell. Draw 2. Discard. Maybe retain. Maybe the next bond. Maybe the Fateful Absence. Yeah, that might be the least urgent. Okay, my opponent is Mardu. Seems like a Mardu meta. This is fascinating for me. I haven't played the Alchemy meta at all. And I always liked Mardu. And now it seems to be taking off, which is sort of cool to see. So I'm wondering here about Redeem, because it's a decent blocker against both of the creatures that they have. But on the other hand, it seems to me that having Valkmira would be so funky. Okay, we get Bond. We're gonna go with this. And Bond is interesting. In Historic, it's almost too slow. Whereas here, it seems that the problem is more that it's hard to empty your hand fast enough to make good use of it. It's a very different problem. Skulls. Yeah, that's good. Maybe then Redain would have been nice. You see, the problem seems to me just that I don't really know what people play in the meta. Just don't really know what people play. Yeah, I do lose a bit of life here. It's gonna be painful to cast all these cards with double bonding. They can unleash Starheim. Interesting. More Kikijiki action. So it's a genuine mid-range. Wow. So much value on turns 3, 4, 5. Looks cool. It's really, really cool what my opponent is up to. It's really, really rather cool what my opponent is up to. Despite the fact that it's dirty shenanigans. Oh, they have a paladin. A paladin always looked interesting to me, but it's just too expensive, both abilities. I mean, unless you're really into making treasures and can somehow get a lot out of it. Okay. Right, they got rid of that. Is it lethal? No, that's 10. Wow. But is there no board wipe in this format? Why would you not play board wipes? They have a lot of treasures. No, I mean, I'm dead here, whatever I do. Because I'm gonna lose some life when that comes. Wait a moment, so we can play this. And play this, take out the reflection. And then play the other one. And take out the other reflection or the Hand of Enlightenment. Maybe the first striker. Oh, we could have taken out the Hand of Enlightenment. Or whichever. Really. But of course, if they have removal that lines up well, then we're just dead. They do. They do. Nice. Well, then we're just dead, of course. Yeah. Huh. Okay, they bring the paladin. Most rider cavalry. Ah, that buffs everything. Very well, very well. So what exactly does this do? This spell costs 2 less if you have no other creature cards in your hand. Okay. Sure. Aggressive, very aggressive, my opponent. So I guess maybe Purge would be decent against all these fast, other fast little thingies. And maybe I want fewer late game Fetzos. I don't want to hit myself for too much damage either. And I'm not very likely to survive to the point where Tybalt is of much use to me. So these were the reasons for the sideboarding choices. And that's not a great hand, sadly. Yeah, that's okay. Connoisseur, we can ship. Sure. She can go back. Can go with Sanctum. Can go with Hive. Can draw 2. Light Branch number 2. That's great, but I would need another white source for that. Difficult. Okay, we can play Redain. As I can't play any of these 4 cards at the moment. Okay, now I can. That's decent-ish. So what's better here? If I put them under pressure, they foretold something. That's going to be the Starheim, no? Maybe I'm just going to Sorin and get a card off it. Yep. Get it in my hand, lose 5. What I would hate would be if Sorin wouldn't give me any card advantage and it would just basically be a 4-mana 2/3 flyer. That wouldn't be very interesting. Should I wait one more turn with this? Maybe I will. It's a bit nasty, but you know. Yeah, sure, that can come. That's quite fun. And I think that we're just gonna go with this and target their only red land and sit back for the moment. So I think Purge is very good if they bring the angels. If they bring the angels with Starnheim. Because then the tokens, obviously they just get exiled, they don't go back to their hand. The same with the Kikijiki, Goblin Shaman. And then they had to recast the Vampire and the... ouch. That's painful though. Yeah. Okay, another red mana source. That's a bit tough. That is a bit tough. I don't draw any of my lower curve. Right, and we just have to do that. Any of my lower curve removal with much reliability. Okay. Sure. Still haven't drawn a land. Still haven't drawn a fifth land. If my opponent would have known this, I think they could have easily stuck it out. I I don't know whether I would have ever gotten another land there. It seemed pretty unlikely, and then if I can't cast the Purge and another spell, I'm not in a good position. It's one land. What's going on here? Oh, no. You're restarting the client. Something is definitely wrong here. This happens. I don't know whether that's just my problem or anyone has this, but sometimes if I've been running the client for too long, I get these weird sequences where I get like one land starting hands after every sideboarding, or I get them in every second game. It's some strange bug, probably with the memory and the connection and the way the app is using data. And okay, just restart, have a look. Yeah, immediately you get a little bit better. And we can ship 2 lands, because I think I'm just gonna get so many others. We're gonna get rid of the monocolor lands, and we're just gonna Crossroads on black. Scry 1. Nope. Oh, please don't flood us. 3 lands, and now we get a flood. Yep. That's typical. Another land. 7, 8. 8. 8. I've seen the top 12 cards, and 7, 8 were lands. We're gonna get more lands, maybe. I'm very nervous about this. I'd go with Redain. And then maybe next turn, Apparition and Duress. Yeah. I feel like in every game, I'm just sort of trying to stay alive. I'm sort of just trying to stay alive. My opponent wants to draw a card. Hopefully they don't have something to buff the little vampire. Oh, okay, so this does not need tapping. Neat. Okay. I see. Good. Sorry everyone, just a second. I have to take the post. Right. I'm back. Sorry everyone. It just happens sometimes that the packages come in the evening. This is interesting. So they have another wedding announcement that has to go. And then we're just gonna get rid of the wedding announcement they have on the board. My feeling is right now that I'm just playing way too many lands, right? Since I'm again sitting here with a lot of these guys. 25 is really too much. I don't know. Looks like it, to be honest. Yeah, they were maybe expecting me to activate the hive, but I'm not really going to do that. Just gonna sit back with the apparition. And they're gonna make a treasure. Gingy would be nice, but Gingy isn't going to die. Gingy is going to get exiled. So Gingy didn't come at the right point in time. Oh, that has menace. So that's just going to keep getting in. And then they get 3 Starnheim Unleashed boys. That's almost lethal for them next turn. Yeah, wow. Interesting matchup. Problem is that I won't be able to get 2 cards out of their hands. So I definitely want to get rid of at least 1 land. How many has it been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 3, 11 out of 19. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. My opponent has been 5. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could. That's lethal. Right. No. I see. Huh. But sadly, they have the verse, right? So even if they wouldn't have it, I can't deal with everything. Yeah. Well, interesting games. But those are angels as well. Wow. Okay. Interesting games. Yeah. Yeah, they can still do that. No. Right. So Gingy is not what we need to add to make the deck more recursive or value oriented. What we need to add would be something to survive the beginning. This is gonna be tricky. Right? In the previous one, if I would have drawn the Divine Purge now, that would have been good. That would have lined up pretty well with things. So maybe, yeah, Gingy was a cute idea, but not a practical idea, right? I feel the same about Tyrant. It's just not what is really needed. What's really needed might be more. Actually, this spell, just to tidy up. Or Farewell even. But Farewell might be too slow. Yeah. Or maybe the black alchemy spell, right? There's that 1 colorless, 2 black mana, destroy all permanents with mana value 2 or less. And if you pay 6, you pay 1 black, 1 white, and 4 generic mana, then you get to destroy all permanents or all creatures. So that might be better actually. Yeah, I'm drifting towards a more and more control build. I don't know whether that's good or not. but that's what's been happening so far. It's not a good hand. Again, it's again a floody hand. Maybe 25 is really not good for this deck. It's really, it really should be just, I don't know. I don't even know what it should be. Another land? Really? It can't be real, can it? But the previous two games were the same. Okay, whatever. Let's hope it gets better before it gets worse. This opponent is playing Bond. Oh wow, okay. This looks like a 5-color deck. This looks like a 5-colored deck, alright. And we drew another land. 7, 8, 8. How interesting. 8 lands. 9 lands. It's gonna be hard for me to win games if I don't get anything but lands. It's gonna be very, very hard. 10 lands. I'm afraid that can't be correct. 11 lands. Wow. The wonder is that I'm still in game at all. Okay. Let's see what my opponent is up to. They have Soul Shatter. That's okay, don't worry about it. Okay, what is your last card? Another land. Alright, we're gonna definitely discard maybe a land. And maybe we're going to play a land. And next turn we can discard Channel a land. How good that we have so many lands, right? Relic. So my opponent has a lot of mana, and they drew quite a bit of lands as well. They're playing... This is a strange deck. They're playing 230 cards. Wow. What exactly are they on? Does anyone know whether this is meta? Playing 230 cards. I'm not sure, but you know, who knows? Who knows? We're gonna go in for 3. I'm really afraid of everything. I don't know the meta at all. I just don't know what they're playing, you know. I'm gonna play my Redain and hope that it wins me some time. Yeah. I don't know, man. Okay. Sure, why not? Go for it. Oh, that was a misclick. I'm getting really confused by my opponent's deck, by my very, very strange draws. I feel that Honto? I feel that I'm not able to concentrate anymore. I became so confused here with what is going on my opponent's part that what? Their strategy is clearly working. I totally lost track of what I need or want to do. The heck? Finally, I drew a land. That's luck. That's good luck because I was sort of running low on them. There was only one in my hand. I imagine that just having one land in your hand only. I don't know. Olivia looks scary. I guess I don't want that to happen. Hmm. Okay. Sure. There's nothing I can do about it. So, yep. Okay. That's really what they top decked out of 200 story lands. I somehow feel that this is strange. Huh. That is what they top decked. Uh huh. Okay. Man, another Skycape. They have a lot of mana. What is this man trying to do? What is this person trying to do? And why do I have to assist to it? I just don't know. I just really don't know what's going on here. Sure. Let's get rid of this. At the beginning of each upkeep, create a 1/1 black and green pest creature token. Pay 10 life, untap all lands you control. Activate only once each turn. Ah. Well, that's a dragon, so actually we can't even kill it. It's brilliant. And I'm going to draw a land, so, it's like... Nah, I'm drawing a land, I already know. Sure. It's not a land. Unbelievable. It's a Doomscar. I mean, that's an indestructible Death Touch creature. I think I'm gonna get rid of the pest, even if they get a life of it. If they can't assign both as blockers, it's better for me. Yeah, you gain a life, blah blah blah. Which is true, but I can at least hit your face. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna foretell it. It's sort of gives it away, but you know. Um, Omnath. What the heck is going on here, man? What the heck? Right. Well, let's try and go in. Sure. Yeah, that happens. That happens. That happens. And I mean, I guess, what did they top deck again? So we re-top deck another land. Finally, it's a land. It was really sad that we only had 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 land outs of 23 cards. That was really tragic. It's still the end of my turn. Oh god, they're crying and they're 230 cards. Go for it. Yeah, yes, that's great. Good play. Oof. Man. Yeah, they might have a counter spell for all I know. Or a removal spell. I don't know. They're clearly holding prior. Finally, I got a land at least. That's something. Yeah, I mean, they are holding priority for something. Maybe just for the relics? No, oh no, but because of the relics. All the relics they can scry. Cute. And Brutal Qatar. Nice. I think they have the mana to pay for it. And Soul Shatter. It's pretty neat top decking. Let's just say my opponent is somewhat better at top decking than I am. But I think I can afford to play for this as well. Yeah. Your go, my man. But you know, the good thing is, I only have 25 lands. And if I draw like this, at some point, my deck's gonna run out of lands, right? So there's one on the bottom, 2 in the graveyard already, and 5, 7, 8, 11, 14. Only 11 lands left. Can't keep drawing lands forever. My opponent drew 9 lands, but they also drew a ton of action. I'll just pay for it. God, come on. Yeah, great. Yeah, sure. That's what was on the top. Well, after scrying, yeah, fair enough. After scrying, yeah, sure. Oh, no, I should not complain. That's right. I should absolutely not complain. Complaining is for losers, right? That's true. Now that's neat, though. I have to admit that lined up pretty nicely. I would have been rather miffed if he starts, I don't know, putting some really bonky good cards with the Prismatic Bridge. Isn't this a singleton deck? I can't believe this, and this is not random. This is anything but random. This is anything but random. I don't believe it for a single solitary freaking fucking moment that this is random. This has nothing to do with randomness. Arena has a bunch of funny scripts, and it just goes through those whenever you have certain play patterns. Nah. It can't have anything to do with randomness. No, there must be some kind of mirroring bug. I mean, there are things like this also when you're toad seizing something, your opponent almost invariably draws a copy of that card within the next 2 turns. Obviously, These are just funky theories, but it does feel like that. Maybe that's just because people often throw these, including me, and then it just feels bad that your notice spell didn't work out. But look at that. It's not a land. It's it's a Shadow's Close Mission. I can't believe it. I mean, this is too much, really. This is really just too much. I can't believe what's going on here, man. And I get another land. I get another land. How many lands is this going to get me? Oh, it gets me another one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There are 8 lands in the next 26. Less than 1/3 of the deck. But I guarantee you that there are going to be a whole lot of them within the next like 5 cards. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. I'm gonna cast the Connoisseur, of course. It's silly to cast it, but yeah, whatever. Whatever, man. Yeah? What do you have? Ah, look at that. Oh, it was land. Okay. So we're gonna buff that. And we're gonna play a Tybalt. And we're gonna play a land. And we're gonna crack this. And see whether we get another land. Can we do it? Can we get land number 80? Yes, we can! I just like it. Now, this is so silly and nonsense that I don't even know, man. I don't even really want to win this game anymore. It's just so strange and surreal. The 230 card deck opponent who's playing multiple Prismari and all kinds of campuses just scry, and then they simply just top deck a chain of bombs. It's something solidly unreal. Fear strategy. Well, I don't think they want to destroy their own creature too much. I don't. Oh, huh? And they don't have enough mana for that to cleave it. Yeah. I can kill them with Invoke Despair. But first I'm gonna see what Tybalt gets. Do I get... I got another land! I can't believe it! I could still get 2 more lands! Whoa! Now I wanted to awakening my to see whether I can draw more lands. This was so funny. So opponent opponent is playing everything. They're on 230 cards. They have everything in their deck. I simply don't know what to. They've been playing pretty bomby cards, so maybe removing stuff. And there have been many dragons. I just don't know. I just don't know what to play against them. I mean, Doomscar did save my life. it actually did. I think 25 is really 1 land too many. Man, I have zero idea what to play against someone who plays 5 campus cards in a row. Like they played so many. I wonder whether like they have so many of these lands, or was this just bad luck, like my bad luck? I just don't know. So weird. The throws were out of this world, really. Okay, let's have. Huh? The snarl pathway. Discard. Oh, come on, I don't like your discard spells, especially not the one which gives you card advantage. It's annoying. Good old go blank. Oh. I'm not casting anything this turn. Uh-huh. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, of course you're casting that. Doesn't matter. At this game, we haven't seen. This game is the opposite. So we are not getting any lands now. Yep. 3 copies of Vanishing Verse, of course. Yeah, I don't care. This is absurd. The shuffler is. Yeah, it's not rigged. It's just not working properly. Sure. Sure. Maybe I can conjure a land from my opponent's deck. That would be neat. Oh, do they have mana ties? No, they don't. What? Oh, they just discard 2 cards, so I can't get 1. Yeah, that's good thinking. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable. How is this possible? I would rather scry one and try and get another land. Oh, that's perfect. Good. Then I can foretell this. And yeah, not that horrible, but God, what am I playing against? What and why? I don't know. Let's just get card advantage. Sure. We lose some life. Oh, Manatize is not in Alchemy. I totally forgot. But they have something. I mean, they're sitting on something clearly. I don't know what, but you know, Binding of the All Gods. That's good. I mean, I'm happy to see that one gone. Right. What is that? Return 1 at random from your graveyard to your hand. Draw 2 cards. Really? You can just do this again and again? That's pretty strong. This can seek cards. Well, I'm gonna Doomscar, man. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The problem is I can't deal with the deck of many things in any neat way. Yeah, I know, I lose some life. Hey, whatever. I don't want to let your creatures live, my opponent. I'm afraid. Sure. You'll have to discard again. Hmm. Good old Fracture. Fracture is a good spell. And I'm going to discard one of my Skyclave apparitions. And fantastic, draw a, I don't know, scry one. No, I would just like to draw something useful. I mean, 5 mana is okay. I'm not going to double spell anytime soon, too much, but Quakebringer. I don't have an answer to bombs like Quakebringer, man. Your opponent can't gain life. At the beginning of your upkeep, Quakebringer deals 2 damage to each opponent. Why do I must have done something horrible in my previous life. I don't know. I was probably eating babies or doing something similar because you know. I mean, there has to be a reason why I have to play this deck. It's such rapid nonsense that my opponent is playing, but it's the perfect kind of deck to make you face a bunch of stuff that you have to read, you're unfamiliar with, and it's going to waste an enormous amount of your time. I think they're just playing all the janky reps. Maybe my suspicion is this really looks like a very janky brawl build where you have a lot of singletons and you're really sort of just playing all your semi-decent, decentish cards. Um, not good cards, but everything that's okay. Um, yeah, sure. I mean, let's just, I don't know. Like, this can at least throw me a card. Yeah, really. But I mean, they had 2 go blanks, didn't they? No, was it the previous game? Maybe that's the previous game. Yeah, sure. We don't need another Hive Tyrant. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, let's just get in. I need to kill my opponent at some point. So this looks like my opponent is playing a singleton deck. So they have now Hokun's Insight. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library face down. You may look at that card for as long as it remains exiled. So your turn starts, you put that card down exiled. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell from among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana. So you get a free spell each turn. This one exiles something, and then you can return something at random. We don't have 4 black. No. We don't. Why would you have 4 black? Where did I get the idea from that I should have 4 blacks? And again, we don't have 4 black. Right. Next turn I have, but that's a little late. Anyway, let's just go and attack. Try and kill my opponent this turn or next. Sure. They get their free spell. They get something back from the pile. Which is going to be the Brutal Qatar, and they're going to put it on the Skyclave apparition, and they're going to get back a 2 mana spell. Luckily, we drew another land here, right? So, Painful Bond got us 2 lands just to keep us in game. Soul Shatter. Well, that's gonna fair and square, right? Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow, that was quick. Wow. It's there is an answer in this deck for everything. Like literally everything. I'm what the heck? Okay, so it's not a singleton deck. There are numerous memory delusions in there. Um, I'm more and more and more puzzled here, really. I just don't know what I'm playing again. I mean, nothing. It's just a totally nonsense deck my opponent built. The fact that I can't defeat it does mean, though, that my deck is probably shit. If I can't defeat this deck, I must be playing something horrible and disgraceful. Otherwise, I mean, this deck should be a piece of cake. You know, any decent deck should walk over it. Because the cards is playing is just. It's not that the cards are individually not powerful. It's just that there's zero synergy. There's absolutely no plan. Um, they're just totally random, wacky cards that my opponent put in their deck. And if I don't top deck, another land, of course. Yep. Good, good, good. Right. Yeah. Good enough. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Do they have 4 Skyclave relics and 4 memory deluges? And what the heck is going on here? I've never been this confused. I've been playing Magic for a few years now, and it's sort of cool though. It's one of those kinds of losses that I. What? To me? Wait, from there. What? Defending player chooses a card in your graveyard. That doesn't make any sense either. I don't want to. Come on. Whatever. Just, okay. I have to play against this guy one more round. God. I'm already dreading it. But I am gonna play the Me Too Massacre because I have to remove all these nonsense, absurd creatures somehow. Oh gosh, it's not even a quick game. You would think that this is gonna be, at least fast because they're just playing all this jank, but I get again 5 lands. Man, is it even possible not to get 4 or 5 lands? I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, it's been um, it's been an extremely fun but extremely strange ride today. We're flooding like hell. Yeah, I can only ever draw lands in this run. The Elysian Caryatid, whatever. But at least I have 2 Saurians, so that's something. It shouldn't be sad. At least I have 2 Saurians, that's neat. Yeah, Me Too is good. I have a ton of mana. If they keep playing creatures, then I. Here we're just gonna try and make them discard. Dude. Absurd. Totally absurd, the stuff that they play. Yeah, and we have to keep trying to draw into non-land cards. It's very, very hard, but you have to try and make it work. That's our only chance of defeating our opponent. Settle the Wilds, sure. Throws them a bunch of cards. Sure. Sorin can take a peek. Maybe. Yeah, sure, reveal. Really annoying. I don't know. Should I kill that or not? I'm not even sure because on the one hand, I'm not happy to waste my Vanishing Verse on it. On the other hand, it does mean that he's already on like way too much mana. If he doesn't play anything else, I might just Magda. God, is this for real? Magda. So Magda is gonna be easier to hold back, right? In some ways. Yeah. That's true. We're just gonna play Tybalt. And start. And just try to. Yeah, sure, another land, of course. What did I think? I don't know. I got a land from my opponent as well. 7, 8, 9, 10 again. And 11. So 11 lands out, 19 cards. If I wouldn't have double Sorin that keeps at least the filtering on, I would be so far behind. I mean, even so, I'm very, very far behind. Against. They find the prismatic bridge. How can they find it? Out of so many cards, it's impossible and nonsense. I don't know, I need to find something that can deal with the prismatic bridge. I need to find something that can deal with the prismatic bridge, but I don't. So I can go up to 8 mana. I'm going to cast this, remove their Magda, so they can't make more treasures. Cast the other pass, foretell the Doomscar, and cast a Painful Bond. Okay, the Painful Bonds are actually not bad. Right, they could have gotten much stronger things out of their deck. I'm sure. It could have been one of their horrible sagas or that Howking guy. At the moment, they're a little bit behind. Not far enough, but well. What? Man, I don't know what my opponent is up to here, really. Oh, it is a cheeky person. I didn't think I would win with the Saurian Ultimate. Okay. Well, this is, if there's any matchup that you can win with Planeswalker Ultimate, then it's going to be this one. But I mean, you wouldn't believe the board state here, right? I mean, my opponent still had 215 cards in their deck. They drew 6 lands. Well, Soat one. 6 Soat, right? They found the Prismatic Bridge. They invariably in all 3 games have the Skyclave Relic. They still have so many cards in their hand, and wow. I mean, they were slow though in this game, and I managed to exile a bunch of cards with Tybalt. Tybalt would have been. I probably would have ulted Tybalt next turn, and then maybe cast Tergrid and Settle the Wilds. They're just good cards. The Wandering Emperor doesn't have an ult. So Hall of Storm Giants would have been quite fun as well if I can find another blue mana somehow among their cards. Obviously Lolth would have been excellent. That came from my deck. Painful Bond as well. I don't know what Curse of Hospitality is doing in their deck. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. They're not really a deck that plays a lot of red and or attacks often. This is good maybe for a sort of mid-range aggro red deck that's very confident in that it's gonna go face a lot. I like this card in limited. I haven't seen it in constructed yet. Wow, this was a roller coaster. People, I'm tired. Thank you so much for joining me today. This was a lot of fun. I played some really wonky decks myself, and my opponents played some really exciting jank. That was cool to see. So this is the deck we played, and it started out from a net decked list coming from MTG Arena Zone, an Alchemy Mardu-midrange deck. But I cut the Kiki-Jikis, I cut some of the other cards as well, because it seemed to me it's a little bit underpowered. I don't know why that was. Maybe the person who submitted the list didn't have enough wild cards, or maybe I just haven't played enough with it to see how that's the optimal build. But I actually adjusted it to be a little bit more controlling. The Alliance didn't seem to be absolutely necessary in the sideboard. Then again, not sure what it would be. So there is that black. No, destroy value. So there is a Path of Peril. Maybe I would try playing something like this to keep the early game under control. And this can also clean up in the late game if you have to. But this is of course a lot more controlling list than what people had online. And in fact, now that I'm looking at it, this list doesn't actually need red anymore, right? Because it doesn't have the red cards, right? So the correct thing is to cut this. And yeah, I mean, Volker still needs red. But we don't need the pathway. No, we don't need these pathways. We could just play this one and force Haunted Ridge. Of course, Crossroads would be good. I might craft one more if I... Yeah, if I'm going to play a bit more Alchemy, it's not bad to have it. Then again, 24 lands were enough. 24 lands were enough. Yeah. definitely. So we have 2 slots. What could we play in the 3 mana slot? That is the question, basically. 3 mana slot. That's the empty point on the curve. Adeline, Archon, Borrowed Time, Cathar. Cathar is not bad. Tentatively, okay. Kirin. Spellbinder could be okay. I think Spellbinder would be pretty decent. Judge is an interesting card. I always feel that Judge should be really good in early decks. But I think probably it's way too hard to actually capitalize on it. Restoration might be okay, but then we have to add a couple of planes. Yeah, Wedding Announcement just... I don't see it in this deck. I think you would need a lot more consistent early attacking for that to be working out well. I mean, it's a very good card in the right deck, but my intuition is that it's a good card in the same kind of deck where Welcoming Vampire is a good card. I would be very happy to play those two together, but this deck doesn't do that. Trespasser could be good, yeah. Inscription could be good. Inscription is a very flexible spell. Can do the right thing at the right moment. Scavenger, you know. I always feel that it would be nice if it would be good, but it just always underperforms. Actually, Witch could be okay in this deck. We have quite a bit of... well, we don't have so many, right? The whole deck is only 16. Yeah, we would need 20 or more. Shatterer has been very good against me. If people play Planeswalkers, it's a neat card. Actually, maybe Shatterer wouldn't be bad in the side instead of the Sash. What else is there that could do some work? So, anything among the Orzhov cards? Not exactly, no, not really. Anything among the artifacts, colorless cards, Cody, it's not a Cody deck. Mender, it's not exactly a Mender deck. There are no Mender decks in Constructed, right? It's too expensive, and it's not too expensive, it's too slow. It's a wonderful card for limited. Treasure Chest, oh, such a sweet, funky card. Yeah, imagine if you create 5 treasure tokens. It's too bad it costs 4, yeah. But yeah, that could be a fun card in something like this. Yeah, this would be my final list. I think playing these cards is not a big cost, and they allow you to go for the late game Tybalt. Nothing else needs red mana at the moment, so this would be more like... Actually, it's not a Mardu list anymore, which is a bit of a shame. I do like Mardu lists, but Orzhov, Splash Tybalt. Yeah, so there you go. That's what I would play at the moment after testing the deck a bit. It's very fun, very interesting. Alchemy in general is pretty interesting. It's good to see how it's going and it's developing. Maybe I'm gonna switch back to Historic just for a quick Phoenix run. I'm always, I don't know, Phoenix is somehow just always calming. Even if I lose with it, I feel like, yeah, that's doing okay. I'm gonna try my own little bit older list. I've been trying the list that did really well at the last pro tournament last weekend. But I mean, obviously that's a very good list, but it's really tuned to what people expected for the tournament, and that's a little bit different from what you find in general on the ladder. Because on the ladder you will find people who bring their favorite jank, who bring decks that they can afford to build. Arena is very very expensive, so a lot of people are like limited by the arena arenas being expensive and quite predatory in the way it's priced. You can play for free, but it's extremely hard. It's almost like a full-time job to get a good collection. Um, I've been playing for a long time, and to be honest, I feel like in the first year and a half, I couldn't really play what I wanted. Um, and after that, slowly, always saving gold and having invested in total maybe like throughout 2 years, maybe $400. So like every half a year, 50. Um, and becoming much better at drafting. I have a decent collection, but even now, as you saw, I can't play everything I want. Right. I think that's the way to go here. And maybe just try to get enough stuff into the graveyard to activate Darcy. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to draw those cards anyway. My opponent is playing Jeskai Control, it seems. Yep, they are. They were very unlucky they didn't get lands. Eh? They are. They did? They just didn't play them? I don't know. What is my opponent up to? They're doing something strange. Yeah, let's get rid of lands. That's a bit too many. We definitely don't need this many lands. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lands. It's almost half of the lands in my deck. I played 20. Oh, played 20 lands. Strange. Whatever. I mean, next turn I can triple spell and then Phoenix comes back, so I'll just wait for that. Yeah, well, if you hit 9 lands, then that's that. Not much action. 1 Phoenix, 1 Darcy. Can't draw, that's okay. Narset doesn't matter. Not at the moment, because we can start with removal. We can Unholy Heat, Narset, Pillar of Flame, the Darcy, and then Faithless Looting. Oh, sick. Lucky. Yeah. Sure. Of course. I don't think we're gonna get any more Phoenixes. Tempting, but nah, I'm gonna go. So that goes on the Narset, because we need to draw cards. That goes... for heck's sake, man. Okay. And we're gonna cast the Darcy and then they have 4 card types with Planeswalker because they could use my Darcy to put one of the Triumphs into their deck. Well played, opponent. So they activated Delirium. Wow. And they can even filter their draws. So brutal. So brutal. We're going to lose to Jeskai control, and that doesn't happen often. That doesn't happen often. Hey, do they have something to remove my Darcy? They might. So, what I'm gonna do here even? Well, there's that one sorcery spell, so I can't get rid of that. Let's start with Gaze. See what we can do. I don't know what my opponent has. Sure. Yeah, they can go into the grave. That's not very good. Everything goes. Cast it on Tef. And we hope to mill something. If they have a counter spell, then we can just give up. If they have a counter spell, we can just give up. Really? 4 Darcies, but no Phoenixes? Gosh. How annoying. How extremely annoying. Okay, we get the Phoenix back. And then? They're really holding something up. Thinking after each step, is this the point where I have to cast a big spell or not? Still not, really, what do you have? Mate, what do you have? This is a Magma Opus build, and now Mythic's Mastery, kill my creatures, draw 2 cards, create an elemental. Yep, we all know the drill, mate. You're gonna cast all your spells in the graveyard. Well done, well done. No, it's fine, it's fine. We're not going to win from there. Mythic's Mastery. I haven't seen that in a while. I have to admit. It's very nice against Death. Actually, my opponent's graveyard would be nice to exile as well. Yep. It's good against my opponent's removal. Sphere. Yeah, Sphere. I've been trying it out recently. It's not too bad, not too good. Not too bad, not too good. Don't need balls here, I don't think so. I still want to be fast and beat our opponent, right? That is the idea. We have a lot of artifacts. Yeah. Well. A lot of artifacts. Let's see how things go. This It's a pretty unorthodox build, I think, that I'm playing. I haven't seen the exact copy anywhere. It's not bad. We have looting and promise at the start, so that's something that can pop off. And gaze is something we can discard if we draw otherwise things that we don't want to discard at this point. Looting is tricky. Sometimes it's not worth casting it on turn 1, but occasionally it is, and I think this is one of those cases where we don't have neither Darcy nor Phoenix, so aha, a death card. I see. That might be trouble. Cast. And I don't think I'll allow that. But deafening silence is still pretty annoying. Deafening silence is still pretty annoying. So I can't really do much with those cards now, can I? No. Narset, on the other hand, can be decent, but we haven't drawn any threats so far. That's slightly worrying. So you know what? We're just gonna try and beat my opponent down in a very traditional and boring way. And it either works or it doesn't. So far, things don't look good, but you know, that's just the beginning, and so we shouldn't judge hastily. Missing Needle is good, that could work on the fairy very nicely. Sure. Do I have anything I can do with this at all? No. Huh. Let's have a look. Can we get anything interesting? Actually, consider is good. Let's consider Soul Guide Lantern. Yeah, I like Soul Guide Lantern. What? Oh, yeah, of course. My non-creature spell for the turn, naturally. So I think I'm just gonna be obliged to cast this, just in case my opponent wants to do anything naughty. And land, and then just say go. But I just need to draw into lands, right? I don't think I mind that too much. And Gaze can still help me to do a bit of selection. But this is my opponent's last non-creature spell as well, so that's a good thing. Yeah, these can go. And Phoenix can come in my hand. That's actually pretty decent, yeah. I think that's alright. Of course my opponent has an instant spell. Archmage's Charm. Countering my things. Well, they have removal and other things as well, so it's not really worth fighting it. That's one. The other thing is, it's not really worth fighting it, and we have to save that negate for when they try to Mizzix Mastery. Yeah. When Narset is, well, it draws them one card, we can Unholy Heat it. Well, let's wait and see. That's quite annoying. That is quite annoying. I think Narset needs to go. Yeah, Narset needs to go. I guess that's it. Not much else for the moment. I'm not entirely opposed to that, since they wouldn't be able to do too much with the cards they draw anyway. Right, so we can't Pithing Needle the fairy. Yeah, let's let the fairy resolve. Sure. I am going to Otherworld the Gaze, yeah. Right. Do we want iteration? Or do we want dispute? Oh, that can put dispute into my hands, so that's perfectly fine, to be honest. Yeah, no, that's right. But then I can't Pithing Needle the fairy though. And they might have a counter spell, sadly. They should have countered the fairy. No. That's something I won't know. They draw 2 cards. Oh, that's sad. So the fairy can't be activated at the moment. That's good. Can't do much. Prismari command. No, I don't think so. I don't really think so. You ought not. Silence is scary primarily because throughout half of my deck there has been one creature. That is why Silence has been working out very, very well against me, because as you can see, there are 2 more Phoenixes, 1 more Crackling Drake, 4 more Channelers, and none of those cards has yet made an appearance. None of those cards has yet made an appearance, so that is somewhat unlucky. I think we all have to agree. Yeah, rather unlucky. Portable Hall. Ooh, they have that, right? That's rather unlucky. I think this means we're going to lose to the fairy rapidly. It's going to be a rapid loss to the fairy. Yep. And we keep drawing absolutely useless shit. Still no creatures. At this point, I'm more driven by curiosity as to how deeply my remaining 7 creatures might be buried in my deck. Rather than the hope that this can still be redeemed. I think that the game has been lost at this point. Latest might have been lost before, for all I know. That's good, though. That's surprisingly good. It's extremely slow, but it's a lot more satisfactory. Oh god. We have to put this in our hand. This back and exile this. Yeah. And then we can play this. Finally. We are going to have a 3-3 on like turn 20. Yeah, roughly. Our opponent is going to Lightning Helix it, naturally, immediately. Yeah, not much I can do about that. It's actually not even too bad, to be honest. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't play the creature. Wouldn't have been too hard with. I want to even kill Teferi. Oh my god, Teferi is an 8. Ah, folks. Sad, sad, sad. Yeah, I mean, this is gone. It's been gone for a while, but nevertheless, I kept to it out of a sense of duty. But I would want to win one with Phoenix today. Maybe we might be here for a long time, but that's the goal. That is the goal. We're gonna go for the win. But we have so much card selection. It's impossible that we're not gonna find at least one more land, is it? I hope. We need one more land. Yep. He doesn't do much here. Yeah, just go this way. Good old Golgari food. It's a very resilient, tough deck. Not a bad start. Not a bad start from our opponent. Well, let's see what they do. Oh, this is the Anvil version. That's interesting as well. Wow. I'm gonna kill one of the cats. And I have a very slight chance that maybe... No, I don't have a chance. I'm still one card type away from activating my Darcy and giving it Delirium, which is a shame. Obviously we're not going to block with it, because it's a fantastic card that we need. We need it around. We're gonna try to draw into a land. Yeah. No, that's not what we would like to draw. Although that does bring us a little bit closer to what we would like to draw. Yeah. Okay. One more Phoenix in the grave, that's great. And then one more Phoenix. Actually, maybe Dorat can go then, and then my Dragon's Rage Channeler has a decent chance. A Fatal Push. That looks very much like Fatal Push. No, not Fatal Push. Okay. This did go rather well. This was an eventful turn 3. Yeah, an Epicure. Sure. They can drain me a bit more. They can get in with the cats. It's annoying, but not deadly. Sure, land can go. Iteration is tricky, but actually that's pretty good, I guess. I think this spot's the most... Yeah, I think this... So at the moment I'm trying to put more phoenixes into the graveyard, so yeah, it would be nice to keep some of this stuff, but sort of everything has to go. Ooh, that's brutal. That's just brutal. I mean, I've never done that before, so now my opponent has to do well. Okay, that's 3 damage. They can certainly do at least one more, I know that. But they couldn't do... Okay. Wow, that was very lucky there. I was very lucky. So in this matchup, what do we need? Borrower might be nice because they don't have defenses in the air and it can slow them down. Abrade and Anger as well. If they need O2, it can shut off the oven. Lantern is hard to use against cats. I'm not sure it's worth the space in the deck. What are they going to bring in? Are they going to attack my graveyard primarily? Are they going to go after my graveyard primarily? Are they going to go after my creatures primarily? I wish I would know, but my feeling is... I haven't seen Squirrel. I wonder whether the Anvil version plays Squirrel or not. Does anyone know? Do they play Squirrel? I'm a little bit tempted to bring the Drake. Rather than Unholy Heat, because they don't have really big, tough creatures that Heat would be good against. On the other hand, they might... I don't know what they might have. Oof. Because of the Gaze and the Channeler, this is a decent hand, but I really need to draw into Fateless Looting. You really have to draw into Fateless Looting. Oof. That's strange. Ah, no. So let's have a look. Ooh, this is horrible. 3 phoenixes, 2 gazes, and 3 iterations on the top. What the heck? It's as if someone would have just organized the deck and then they haven't shuffled properly. Wow, they have all the drain pieces. Okay. So I'm in big trouble. I'm in big trouble, man. And I get the 4th iteration. Sure, that can go back into the deck. I don't care so much about the spellbomb. Doesn't matter much. Doesn't do much. Let's get an island if I can. But we are not in a good position here. Yeah, and decks work if you get a mix of cards, of course. They don't work if you get many copies of the same card. Like, very few decks work normally that way. And the funny thing is, I still have a weird chance if I can start playing out. Ooh, that's a problem as well. Ah, crap. It's a beautiful start from my opponent. Yeah. So they are gonna try and come after my graveyard, and they are gonna bring the squirrels. Well, it's a bit of a whose creature will grow faster, but I think their creature is gonna grow faster, sadly. It's gonna be really good against squirrel though next turn, so I'm gonna keep that. I'm just gonna keep that. I'm gonna go in, and then I have to hope that I just have to hope that I get a 4th land, and I can start playing out my big. Ooh, dang. Why? Oh, because they can grow the squirrel more than how much damage they would do with the cat. Yeah, it's already +2. And they can still sack with the anvil the construct, so the squirrel grows 1 more. Ooh, beautiful. Look at that. That squirrel became chunky in 1 turn. Man. So it's gonna drain me and grow the squirrel. And the creature died. Unbelievable. What synergy. What synergy. I mean, even if I bounce the squirrel here, nothing's gonna happen, right? This is just too little. Way too little, way too late. Yeah. It's just way too little, way too late. I don't have a chance. No. This is a fantastic turn. This is unrealistically good turn. I'm actually shocked how good this turn is. And even so, I'm not going to survive and win. Even so, this is not going to be enough. No, because, I mean, they can just cat them, do the anvil. It's going to kill me. Yeah. Anyway, that was cool. I got them down again to 4. So, good game. If I would have left back blockers, they just do the oven twice and the oven and the anvil, and the meat hook massacre is going to drain me. So this is interesting. Maybe I do need unholy heat for the squirrel. Although they are attacking. Yeah, if I can't catch it out at the beginning, it doesn't do anything. Same with Ox. Negate can counter some of their annoying stuff. They have some non-creature things that can be dealt with. Anger of the Gods. It's good for the mirror, but it doesn't do enough here. Probably. Spellbomb is very defensive. Fading Hope, Spellbomb. Spellbomb is okay because it mixes up the it makes Delirium a bit easier. You know, so draw a card if we really desperately need that. Wow. Oof, 2 finales. Yeah, this is a very defensive hand, that's the problem. But I go first. I don't really want to mulligan at the same time. Yeah. We're just gonna go for an island to mix things up a bit. Have enough blue sources. Good old cat. Good old cat will have to go. Shoo kitty. Go into exile. We're not casting Gaze yet because that's okay. It's just enabling Delirium. I think here we just kill the squirrel, and cast events without paying life. Oh no, come on, dude. So unfair. Come on, dude. It's unfair. I haven't drawn any of my Darces or my it's not great, but I think I'm gonna go for it. I mean, getting rid of 2 squirrels is pretty neat. Yeah, okay. Let's just dig for the Darcies and the Phoenixes. I feel like I don't have that much time. Oh, come on. You can't draw so well. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, gosh, dude. That was, yeah, well. Tootsies, Anvil. Yeah, of course. Of course. Of course you do. And another familiar. Sure. And black has better card advantage than blue, man. It's brutal. Aha, yeah. Well, nah, I mean, if they don't have the go blank, then I can probably pop off. I would have at least some chance. Still not sure. I think they have seen more cards. Almost the same number of cards. Wow. I probably should have shipped that hand, and yeah, I didn't keep a good enough hand. The double finale was too tempting, and the removal spell, but I really shouldn't have kept that. Yeah, I think you were just trading, trying to stall. Well, we are in an annoying race, so can't do much, can I? Nope. I would need another expressive iteration, but I'm never gonna see one, I think, in this. Yeah, in the previous one I saw 4, now I see 2. Never again. Ah, sure. But at least we have the Bugbear coming online next turn, so opponent has to be a bit cautious with that, right? So what do we have here? What can opponent bring? Oh, they can bring back the squirrel with Lurrus. I think we're gonna lose to the squirrel then. Because they're gonna Lurrus, squirrel, and their squirrel is gonna grow very, very large, very, very quick. Yeah, they can here coming for 3, and then sack something. They can basically sack 3 things easily, 4 if they want to, and grow the squirrel very, very large and kill me basically next turn. Yep. Yep, they have enough damage on board already with the anvil. 6, 5, 8, 9. Yep. I mean, I can attack with the bugbear, but it doesn't do anything because they're just gonna cycle something. Treasure, that's gonna be 2 stacks. It's gonna be already a 4/4. So Lurrus is gonna eat actually the little bugbear. That's gonna eat the other thing. If they really want to, they can sack that. That's gonna do 2 more. So actually, I have to keep up the bugbear defensively. But I think I'm just gonna lose this. It's interesting to see that the anvil fits so neatly into the deck. I think my hunch would have been in general that Trail of Crumbs is just better because it gives you more card advantage overall and good selection. It's not the number of cards, rather the selection. But the synthesizer and the dispute together, the dispute synergizes with all the additional artifacts. This is brutal. This is really brutal. So now in this game, my Hidatsugus, which were in the tournament sideboard, but not in this deck, obviously, because this one isn't splashing for black. Hidatsugu would be fantastic. I mean, it could exile really this. It could have exiled the synthesizers. Wow, the oven. It's just a house. It's just a house in this matchup. The problem here is again that Lurrus is even gaining them life, right? Yeah. So even if somehow magically I could... I didn't even have that. Nice. Sure. Well done, well done. Such an efficient deck. Look, nothing costs more than 3 except Lurrus. 2 except Lurrus. Wow. Well, that's why it's the best deck in the meta. That's why it's the best deck in the meta. So hard to deal with it. So hard to deal with it. And really without the... Yeah, without the black splash, the sideboard is just not good enough. Huh. I wish I could play again against that deck and just see how much damage can really be done with the Hidatsugu. Such a tricky thing. So this is not a hand that I would like to keep. Well, 0 lands is even a little bit too low for this one. You get a pretty poor hand again. But I do get a Darcy. which is something. It seems to be a mirror, is it? Yeah, it does seem to be a mirror. Opponent with the kinky sleeves. They're digging very hard for land. Seems so. Oh, hello. Should I play looting? Maybe. No more lands, please. Wow. Oh, maybe this wasn't correct. Iteration would be more lucrative. Wow, my opponent drew a lot of their card selection early on. Yeah, these draws do happen. If you have the cards in the deck, you're gonna draw the cards that are in your deck. They do find it artsy, but they rather play a heat. Very defensive. Wow. Very, very defensive. Whew. Oh, really? I mean, I don't know. That's a bit surprising to me. Oh, we see quite a bit of land again. Oh, God. It's one of these draws. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything is gonna be. Is it all going? Really? It's gonna be all lands. Not all, at least. Good. That should go. Oh, that should stay. That should stay. But I found their looting. They also drew quite a bit of land, right? They discarded not that much. So. Strictly speaking, looting doesn't do anything for me here. Right. Could have given me slightly more selection. Not much, really. Yeah, this can just go. Just trying to rebuild my hand somewhat. That's nice because it draws a card. That's nice now. So I do want to get rid of that guy. Let's just see what we draw next turn. Did this become a top deck war? Not yet, but seems to be becoming a top deck war. Oh no, that's sad. That is just sad. Maybe I will look for a removal spell. That's not doing it. It's a bit late for that one. Do they have any phoenixes? Not yet, but of course we're gonna get to surveil a bunch. Oh, one phoenix. Shush, I should have kept the removal spell for the phoenix. Right. There goes the game. That's right. We saw 2 Darcies. Love as well. Yeah. Well, my friends, this just really isn't it. This just really is not it. That little dragon ain't do anything here, my friends. And they have so much mana on selection now that I think this one is pretty much over. There goes another Phoenix. Yep, I think that one's a goner. Good, good, good. So Dispute and Narset are pretty good here. Of course, Abrade is pretty good. Curse is pretty good. And Hitotsugu exiles my own graveyard as well, though. But Lantern is very good. Fox, I don't know. Stormwind. I mean, the chances that the Sprite Dragon survives are minuscule. I want to go more controlling, I guess. I think my opponent is also going to side in a bunch of graveyard hits, so I don't think my Phoenixes will fly too often. That's usually my fear in these matchups. The same what we saw with the cat player. They had the Lantern in each game. So, right. Darcy. Wow. And that's worth a bit of digging for a removal spell. Yeah, backup Darcy will do. For the trade. Opponent doesn't take it. Would have been funny if they take the trade. They have the removal spell. They have the removal spell. And they bin the Darcy. Huh. Interesting, interesting. Okay, we're gonna iterate here. I want Shaken Faith. Piercing go back, and we're gonna go with the coast, bring the next channeler, and I mean most likely my opponent has another removal spell. They have another Darcy. And a removal spell? Yeah. I think I lost the game. I mean, you can't keep up with this, right? They had all 4 Darcy. So they have the strongest card in their deck, 4 copies in the top, and the second best card against me, my start, 2 copies. That's life. Guys, that's life. Sometimes this is how things play out. And, you know, it's a game of chance, game of luck. And there is just nothing you can do about that. Because your opponent gets a starting hand like that, and you are just going to lose to that hand. And they get the Soul Guide Lantern, of course, as well. So if I would Finale, they would just gonna crack the Lantern, and we would die to that. Nice. We keep drawing lands. Our opponent keeps drawing gas. Maybe I should have provoked. Probably I should have provoked the Lantern here. Hmm. I think I should have provoked the Lantern, but yeah, whatever. Let's do it now. Opponent is going to Lantern, so they can't cast spells. Really? They don't? So they don't mind if I draw? Is that the message? Or 3-4 lands? Wow, guys, this is interesting now. I don't really know what to say. I mean, this was 20 cards, 21 cards, and we've just seen 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lands. Yeah, 11 lands are 11 lands. They're not 4 lands. They are 11. 12. Sadly, this is again becoming one of those games where I'm just waiting here to see when I stop drawing lands. 2, 3, 4, 10. Yeah. It's okay, you know. Half, a little bit more than half of our lands here. Opponent keeps drawing removal. We haven't drawn a single of our one of our removal spells. And we have drawn 3 of our 12 creatures. Yeah, of course. So, let's see. Land. Do they have a counter spell? Do they have a counter spell? Maybe. So this has to hit a removal spell. But look, we went through half of the deck and we haven't found one of our 6 removal spells. We're gonna have a look, one more look. Maybe the last draw is going to be an Unholy Heat. No, it's another Soul Guide Lantern. Wow, another Darcy. That's okay. Well, anyway, it was interesting to see. Obviously, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and sometimes you draw a lot of your lands. Sometimes you just don't see any of your removal spells. and almost none of your creatures. And your opponent draws 4 of their best cards in the top and irrelevant removal spells right at the beginning. Probably that was in their hand, so that's just life. We're gonna say goodbye here and move on to the next one. Oh, they had another Unholy Heat. They seem to have had our Unholy Heats, all of them, on top of the deck. Good luck. Well, it's nice. At least someone drew Unholy Heats. Right, let's have a look. How many games do we have to play not to get flooded? Not to draw around, 9, 10, 9, 10 lands out of our top 20 cards. That's that's what we need to find out. How many? Okay, that looks like a decentish hand. That looks like a decent hand. We're gonna go here with the Water Grave. Follow up with the Canal. And then iterate. It can come in our hand because we can discard it. Library, exile, sure. Bring the Coast. And then next turn I can bring back 2 Phoenixes if all goes well. Sure. Actually, I don't want to cast that Consider because if I keep it, then I have 3 spells for the next turn. If I cast it, I don't. We get a Darcy. Actually, that's nice. So probably we will start with that. And then go for looting. Right, discard the 2 Phoenixes. Another one. Loot again. Sure. Okay, that's nice. I mean, my opponent wants to discard cards, that's for sure. They would like to discard cards. This is interesting. What are they playing? Is this Madness? Looks like a Madness deck, mono red, something naughty. Yeah, they do play a lot of this card. And they only have 2 root ones. Okay, so they didn't get Fiery Tempers. That would be dangerous. They would have gotten that. Okay. Alright. One more root, wow. They're really trying to find some good cards, but yeah, they drew a lot of lands as well. But that happens, right? That's pretty unlucky. Yeah, we're just gonna try to do a bit better than we did. Oh, God. 3 lands, of course. It wouldn't have been hard to do better than so far, but you know, 3 lands. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in my hand next time I can cast it. Just gonna get rid of this guy. And yeah, just get in. Sure. I mean, unless they can remove at least 2 of my creatures, they're dead. I can remove 1. Okay, that goes into exile. Do you have anything for the other one? This one, I drew 4 Faithless Lootings. Wow. Yeah, I've barely seen lands. Now we got like 7 lands in total. Oh, Chandra is there. Okay, Chandra can do something. What is Chandra up to there? 2 red. Okay, the Pyre does. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to waste our time or opponent's time anymore, so we're just gonna go face here. Yep. Thank you, that was good. But it's mono red decks. It's the second mono red deck I faced today, which is to me very strange and weird. They're very resilient. They just seem to be very sturdy. They just seem to be very sturdy. Which is strange, but is this going to be the game that we win with Phoenix? This is the question. This is the question. If it is, it's the last game for today. If not, then on to the next one. Ooh, not easy. Not easy. Phoenix is a tricky deck to pilot, but I think it's also very luck sensitive. Sometimes you go through 30, 40 cards and you find 1 or 2 copies of Phoenixes and Darces in total, and then those games are just, not much gonna happen. Opponent is considering what to do. This is unkeepable. That's okay. We're gonna ship the Phoenix, and yeah, I'm gonna ship the Phoenix and just hope to. I don't know what exactly I'm going to hope. We can't remove the turn 1 Darcy. Should I just bring it next turn with the Spell Pierce up? Yeah, that just seems a bit smarter. Sure. Welcome back, buddy. Luckily I have the 4 lands for it, so... my opponent has an instant spell. No, not that one. I'm actually not going to bin that. Nope. Pretty content drawing that. No blocks. They have another one. Oh well. Oh well. 3 lands. 3. But I already have like 5 in my hands. 6. 7. Nice. 7 out of 14 cards. 13. Nice. Please give me another land. No land? Really? Greedy. Horrible. They don't give me a land. Man, how unjust. How unjust is that? There is the land, number 8. I was worried for a moment that I wouldn't get another land for a while. Uh-huh, okay. So what? I see. So my opponent drew... Right, I see. Yeah, well, I'm sure the shuffler is perfectly fine tonight. Uh-huh. And my opponent drew a removal spell, naturally. The problem is they're racing me, and they're actually going to kill me. 6, 9... That's... No matter how I look at it, 10 out of 17. We're going to lose if this keeps up. Yeah, the mono red deck has seen more cards than we have. I mean, that's a bit of a joke. It's a bit of a joke. Sure. Of course. Yeah, okay. One opt. And this is like Eminem, one chance. Okay, we get the Fatal Sleuthing. I did not dare serve it. What? We've seen 4 pathways. Man, that's a bit much, no? What? Oh, really? I cast 3 spells. Just totally unaware. How is this? Oh, because I cast it twice. But of course they have the next Fairy Temper as well. So their 20 looked a bit different than my 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. Oh, we need that. We're gonna attack with that. We can bet. And naturally they're going to draw removal for my Phoenix. Most likely they're going to draw Pillar of Flame and exile it. Yeah, naturally. What else would you draw? What else would my opponent top deck? What else would they top deck, really, honestly? How would they win if they wouldn't top deck a removal spell? Sorry. That's true. How would they win in that case, right? And they have to win. They have to win. Otherwise... They had a bad draw, you know. I mean, the weird thing is they had a really, really poor draw, no matter how I look at it. But they just couldn't have a worse draw than we had. That's the short of it. That's the gist of it, basically. Even though they had a very bad draw, they did not manage to have a worse draw than we did. And that's, you know, you could be sad about that, or you can be like, well, that's... There goes land. There goes land, buddy. That's something. I mean, I don't mind drawing creatures, you know. I don't know, man. And in the end, we need to move, alright. I'm so stupid. Oh God. No, I'm just really. Okay. Because I would have cast 3 spells, right? So the 2 Phoenixes would have come back. Now my worry is, of course, they can put me down to 1 with that. Yeah, they're just gonna have something, I'm pretty sure. What next? Nah, another heat is just too good. Can't get rid of that. Have to be more cautious. Pyro, drawing 2 cards, naturally. Fiery Temper, taking out the Channeler. Okay, dude. This is ridiculous. No. We need to draw that, and we also need to keep that. Yeah. And we have to hope that it's not 3 lands. But it might be. It might very well be. It might be 3 lands. Yeah, that can be one of them. Sure. This is not very good though, but whatever. Okay. No. So they can guarantee to do 2 damage. They can't crack both Ramonap ruins. If they have 2 removal pieces, they are in. Or they have 1 direct damage and enough mana to crack one of the Ramonap ruins, they're in. Oh gosh, folks. I really wanna tune out for today, but I promised I'm going to win. Alright, another Season Pyro. Is there a Fiery Temper in there? I think they're too low on mana. Yeah, hallelujah. Freaking. We fought for those 2 tiny, but it's not about the ranks, it's about the game. It's been fun. I mean, I lost a couple of very strange games today, but they have mostly been pretty good fun. I haven't encountered any ropers, which is fantastic. Today I haven't played against anyone. Every opponent has been on their best behavior, and this has just been pretty good. I did play a range of decks and encountered a range of cool opponents mostly. I was very happy to play twice against the mono red decks. The opponent playing the 230 card deck was just some kind of very strange but very funny monster. I don't know who the person is, what they do, why they were playing that deck, how they ended up with that deck, but it's okay. Yeah, it's been a good run. Yeah, Phoenix is still a beast. It's a good deck, even though I lost twice with the one was a mirror, and my opponent was just a bit luckier, and the other loss was to Cat Oven, which is the best deck in the meta by far. What was nice to see and instructive was that my opponent was playing the Anvil version rather than Trail of Crumbs version, so they were splashing for red. They used to splash for red to go for Devil, Mayhem Devil, but now they're playing Lurus and the Anvil and Synthesizer. And the two artifacts add a lot of consistency, and they enable them to play Dispute, Deadly Dispute, where they can sack an artifact and draw cards. And sacking the artifacts also triggers the Anvil and triggers the Squirrel to grow. So that deck is just seems brutal. I might try it out. I hate I hate how slow it is to play it, but on the other end, it just really does seem to be the strongest deck. Anyway, thank you all for joining in today. Have a great day or great night, evening, whatever time it is where you are now. And I'll see you at some point during the next days. Bye.